3, 2, 1, go. What's up, everyone? This is Lufia 2. I'm FeralPigMan. Can we do a roll call?
Big Funk Balls.
Dragon Dark.
So the beginning of this game has a lot of RNG manipulation. Basically, how it works is when you start up the game, the RNG will always start at the same values for any given state of the card. So if you have, in this case we have 0 save files, so it will always start out the same. If you have save files at, say, X location, every time you boot up that cart, it will always have the same RNG. Obviously the only consistent way to manipulate your RNG is to have 0 save files. That's the only thing that, sorry. Apparently I messed it up already.
That's serious, Tommy, for me.
You're supposed to power cycle it in between those, I know that much.
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter?
Yeah.
I thought I remember them saying very specifically to power cycle that. I guess we'll find out.
Anyway, I know why that happened too. But so what was I saying? So yeah, the only consistent way for everyone to have the same RNG is to do it with 0 save files. So you always have to clear your cart before you do one of these runs. And then basically how it all works is it's somewhat like a step counter, except it's not your steps that matter, it's NPCs and enemies' steps. So how that works is if you take steps in a room, like in a dungeon room, say like this, where there's an enemy in it, and the enemy has random movement. So like jellies have random movement. So if I were to run around this room 50 times, every time I took a step, and every time the jelly took a step, because in dungeons enemies only move when you do actions. So when you move, when you swing your sword, when you use skills, things like that. That's the only time enemies will move. So in that fashion, it's kind of like a step counter for you, because every time you move, the enemies are going to move. So in those rooms, when I move, the RNG counter is constantly changing. In these rooms, there's nothing here, it's just this old man. Oops. I think I messed it up also. There's only the old man, so if I were to run around in circles, it would not matter. Talking to him again, I think might matter. But we'll find out when I get to the next room with enemies in it. I can't count to 2 apparently. the number of times it talks to you. Alright, we're good. So, RNG dictates everything in this game. Enemy movements, damage in battle, drops after the battles, even what the enemies do is controlled by the RNG. So what this means is that if we do everything the exact same way every time, we know exactly what's going to happen in battles. Outside of battles, like we know exactly where enemies are going to be. And we know what drops we're going to get. So essentially what we do is, the game's been routed out to Gades 2, which is about an hour and 20 minutes into the game. No one actually does that anywhere else. It's a really long time to do manipulation because it's a very concentration intensive thing. Mostly because in dungeons you're fine, and towns you need perfect movement because when you're in a town, basically how it works is like every frame NPCs have a chance to start moving. And again, the only consistent way to route out the manipulation is for every town to have the fewest number of frames used so that NPCs will always move the same amount of times. So if you delay in a town at all, it by pausing. Like the first time when I had to reset is because I paused before I left, and that meant, you know, an NPC moved when he shouldn't have moved. So if you pause, if you run into a wall, which causes you to spend more time in the town, it doesn't necessarily mean that it messed up, because it's possible that no NPCs are going to move and you'll be fine. If they do move, though, then you're probably going to be off. So the worst part, or the hardest part, is town movement, because you do need to be essentially frame perfect. Even though all it really means is you just need to not stop moving and not make any movement mistakes. Another thing that matters in towns is the text boxes. So it depends on the text box. There are encounters around here, so I was supposed to get that. Certain text boxes will stop NPC movement, and so that means that when the text box is open, NPCs are not going to move. So you can just take your time skipping the text boxes. It's not a big deal. Certain ones, like that conversation when I was leaving, that does not stop movement. So you need to skip those conversations frame perfectly. And it's actually very easy in this game. You don't have to mash. Basically, how it works is if you hold down A or L, it automatically skips the next text box. So all it means is that you need to, when the text box closes, just push A or L, or hold A or L, and it will just automatically skip the next text box. And this is really nice. Most of the time, it's very easy to do. There is one part later on where if I get that far, I'll point it out, and it's actually very difficult, just because you don't have very much time to push this button before the text finishes writing. So, for the most part, towns are the hardest part of the manipulation. Dungeons, like I said, enemies don't move unless you move. So you can take your time. You can move and you can stop, which I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be moving and stopping. Make sure that, you know, I don't accidentally walk into a wall 20 times, which is not that hard to do, because Maxim moves pretty fast. So it can be kind of hard to control as you get. So basically, okay, so yeah, so it's routed out to Giddies 2, no one does that. You can go up to Clowns, that's the furthest anyone's done in a run, which is about an hour in, I think. Maybe about 50 minutes. What I'm going to attempt to do is manipulate up to the Tarantula fight, which is 40 minutes into the game. And if anyone who's played casually, you probably know the Tarantula is a very, very annoying boss. He can control you in a lot of ways. He's really deadly. And the manipulate fight is incredibly quick. We also manipulate a rare drop from him, the Spino Jewel, which isn't necessary. It's helpful in a couple of battles, but yeah, by no means necessary. It's really more for the quick and easy fight. So I'm moving really slowly here. These bridge pieces are very tricky. For some reason, when you pick up and put down bridge pieces, you cannot be holding down the D-pad, and if you do, it'll mess up. I'm not quite sure why. I think, or the theory is that the game doesn't really process that you're holding, or that you're in the process of picking these things up. So we manipulate an Eagle Rock drop here as well. It's basically so that we can move faster than Catfish, the next boss. The theory is that the game doesn't process, or has not processed that you're picking these things up. So I think it basically treats it as though you took a step, even though you did not. So when you pick up and put down those bridge pieces, you need to be careful, because if you're holding down the D-pad, it's gonna mess up. And that's actually that room where you're building the bridge is one of the hardest parts out, definitely, or one of the hardest parts in the manipulation when you're starting out easily, just because it's like you want to go fast. You want to go fast, obviously, as a speed run. But if you go too fast, then you're likely going to make a mistake and mess anything up, basically. So this is all kind of Reddits. It's all just muscle memory. Oh, one other thing that. Let's see. I might have to reset it, which is.
We got time for a few quick donations?
Yeah, go for it.
We have great marathon so far. Put this to work making Feral do the world's most difficult trick. That was a $25 donation by Uber. That donation sentiment has now been met, so
Awesome.
we will be seeing the world's most difficult trick being done.
Nice. Thanks, Hubert.
As a reminder, there is one more donation incentive for this run that has not yet been met. The level 0 bonus run is at $20 out of 500, so get that in because that obviously will be something you will want to be seeing.
The big issue here isn't so much surviving the fight. He needs a specific drop off this boss. And if he's off the manipulation, he's probably not going to get it. The drop is pretty much required for the next boss. And it also sells for a ton of money after that point. So resetting is basically the only option for this. Unless he really wants to try and battle the RNG, which I don't think he does.
No, I do not. I'm gonna not talk as much this time because that's something I should not have forgotten to do. And it was right before the boss where I would have been done. So.
We have a $20 donation from A Genja. Hey guys, Genja here. Awesome marathon so far. Keep up the good work. Besides putting this to the level 0 bonus run, which you definitely want to see, I want to gather all the energy in the chat for the entire ending sequence of Lufia 2. People will know what I mean. Oh yeah, and also please tell the runner, Ja Hello Feral.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Thank you very much for that very generous donation.
I assume that was Magus or Jenya or something.
Yeah, that was Jenya.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay. So, basically, I guess we can get into the story. This is just a tutorial on how to play the game. The elder of the village, for some reason, like Maxim is a monster hunter. That's his job. The very first conversation you had with Tia, which you might have been able to read, this is the third time you've seen it. That first conversation is basically Maxim saying, "Hey, I killed 6 jellies. Here they are. Buy them from me. Give me money." Because he's a monster hunter. You know, this is what he does. And Tia basically just, I don't know, buys monsters off him. She doesn't cook them because she's not a good cook. But I don't know. I don't know what she does.
She tries.
Yeah, she tries, and that's all that matters, right? So, despite the fact when you're trying to leave, the elder says, "Hey, Maxim, I've got some tips to show you, or tips to give you. Come to this cave." So you follow this old man to this cave, and it's just a tutorial on the fact that enemies only move when you move, and you have these skills like the arrow is the one I have right now, and he gives you the reset spell, which is very very crucial because this game is a lot of puzzles. See? A lot of puzzles, and if you mess them up, like the room that he gives you the reset spell in has a pillar, and you can push the pillar into the wall. And obviously, once you push it onto the wall, there's no way to get off. At which point you would need to use a reset spell. We also use it at various times during manipulation, which is actually what I was supposed to do in that room. You heal and then use the reset spell, because resetting actually also changes RNG for whatever reason. So you go there, old man tells you some stuff, and this is the scene that the infamous Phantom Fish scene, where if you watch If you watch my PB attempts from a while back, you see a lot because I used to mess up a lot in the bridge building sequence. So I'd have to reset a lot, and this is basically just the longest cutscene in that time. So Tia gets this phantom fish and she tries to cook it up, and it's apparently not very good because again, Tia, despite her best intentions, is not a very good cook. It's also a very weird conversation. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, invite me over every time. I'm good at eating, and I like doing it. It's like, alright. And then he just walks out. Okay, so yeah, these need to be skipped frame perfectly because NPCs are moving at this time.
Fortunately, they're all long text boxes, so they're relatively easy.
Yeah, very easy to skip. Even if you don't. So the reason that we have encounters in here is when you move on the world map, the RNG values are going to change, but only after the first 4 steps. So the first 4 steps after the world map is loaded will not change the RNG in any way. So that means that when you leave a town, when you get out of the battle, or when you menu, because the world map is loaded each time. The first 4 steps do not advance the RNG in any way. So the reason that these encounters are routed in is that if you do make a little mistake, like a little movement mistake, or don't get the text boxes perfectly, essentially what that means is that you'll probably get text boxes, or you'll probably get that 2-slime encounter sooner than you normally would. Like I get it basically 3 steps away from the cave. If you get it earlier, it's okay. Basically all it means is that you can just open the menu every 4 steps until you get into the cave, and in doing so the RNG is not going to change at all. So you could do it so that, like I could have opened the menu right before I got that battle, and then it would have been faster, because opening the menu is faster. Opening and closing the menu is faster than getting into an encounter and running away. But the reason we leave that encounter in is that it gives us some leeway. Like if you didn't have that leeway and you did mess up, then basically you would get the encounter that you're not supposed to get, and then you would need to reset. But since the encounter is there and it's meant to be there, just after you get the encounter, you can just do a recovery. It's very simple. I actually want to give a shout out to Pandolum. He's a Canadian runner of this game. He does Lufia 1 as well. He's the guy who basically routed out this entire manipulation, which is a lot. It's a lot of brute force. Basically, you just have an emulator with RAM watch, and you save state and do the same things over and over again. Because, oh, actually, I don't think I mentioned that. Another thing that changes RNG is what actions you choose in a battle. So it's basically just get into a battle, just to try out, like, attack with everyone, see what happens. And then, if that doesn't work out how you want to do, like, load up again and maybe attack with 2 people and defend with 1 or something. So it's a lot of brute force and a lot of dedication. So I definitely want to shout out to Pandol, because he did, again, a lot with this. He's actually the guy who's runs up to Clouds of Manipulation, which no one else has ever done. Everyone else has gone up to Splatter at most. So boomerangs, this is probably nothing new to people who watch a lot of RPGs, but shocker, consumables are really good. Battle consumables are amazing. So the whole reason that we're able to do like these early sections at such low levels is that we have boomerangs, which are consumables. The damage they do is independent to your stats, so you can use them at level 1, they'll do the same amount of damage as level 1. So we're going to use boomers for the beginning part, then we're going to switch the big boomers and later Dragon 2, which are basically just overpowered boomerangs. Oh yeah, So I say boomers. Right now they're called boomerangs. I say boomers because later on they become big boomers. Which are just big boomerangs. It's just kind of a habit. But that's what it is. Alright, let's reset this time. You'll also see me. You might be wondering why when I came up the stairs, I healed once, and then when I came into this room, I healed again. One reason is that when you fight the eagle, you gain a level, so you need to heal that as well. But I could have, you might be thinking, oh, I could have just healed twice in this room. Actually, healing in menus also changes RNG for reasons. There's a lot of weird things in this game that change RNG.
Because the potions actually give a random amount when you use them out of combat.
There we go. Dragon Dark did a segmented run of this game. It's up on SDA. It's a very good watch out. I would advise you to watch that. So he knows a lot about mechanics and abilities.
I gotta give a shout out to the caster, who put up a lot of help at the same time I did, Gunty, who did a lot of work with RNG manipulation as well. Because if it wasn't for him, my run wouldn't be finished.
So there's that catfish shield that we wanted.
That is the big item that we need. Now, he'd like to keep the manipulation going as long as he possibly can, but it's very possible to recover at this point, or rather finish, even if he gets off the manipulation before he gets as far as he knows how to. Also, Tia followed us here. We got trapped pretty easily.
The best part is that later on, Maxim cautions her, and she's like, "Oh no, I'm fine. I run a weapon shop because that matters. I mean, if you don't know how to use those weapons, then it doesn't really help you too much." Yes. So this red light that will cause world destruction, which actually the mysterious woman in the last cave talked about as well. We don't know anything about that because that's actually in the intro, and we didn't watch the intro.
The intro also changes the RNG.
Yeah. So it's important if you're going to do this. One, you need to have no saves on your file, and you need to get out of that intro as fast as possible. Alright, so we get Tia. She joins us because she's afraid that we're going to leave her, which we were going to do. There's a lot of unrequited love in this game. So this is another routed encounter. I'm actually going to be, I think, donating $5 for every battle I escape from at the end of this run. So we'll find out how much that is. Because basically how it works is, like I said, the first 4 steps in the world map don't advance RNG. You also cannot get encounters in those first 4 steps. So, let's see. So when you're in the world map, it's kind of like F5 if any of you have watched that as well. Essentially, if I didn't want to get any encounters on the world map, I could open them. I could open the menu every 4 steps, and I would never get into an encounter. That's absolutely not very fast. It's not worth it. So usually runners will open the menu every 7 or 8 steps or so. The further you go without doing it, the more risk you have of getting into encounter, but the faster it is. So usually the number of escapes, there's actually a stat menu at the end of the game, which I'm going to check out after off stream, so I can see how I did. But that records how many escapes you have, and usually it'll vary. My best is 17. Usually it'll be in mid-20s or so. And that, again, all mostly depends on how many risks you take on the world map. And, how long you go before you open the menu. I typically am more cautious than other runners, although I've been getting more bold, which has led to my escape number going up. In the early game, it's not so big deal, because you can basically just... Oh, yeah.
Best guards.
This is Birdie and Bart. They're thieves and they try to steal the crown, but they get caught, So this is a little weird thing that you do, just for the manipulation again. But yeah, so Birdie and Bart come to this kingdom to steal the crown, because the king has 2 crowns, I'm not quite sure why. So they come to steal it, they get caught. They're very bad, so all their bombs blow up on themselves. And then they basically just steal the crown and walk out. So we're on a mission to go get the crown back from them, because this is where they fled. This is actually the worst dungeon for manipulation. So I mentioned before that rooms without enemies, you can make missteps, it doesn't matter, because RNG only changes when there's enemies to move and change the RNG. Unfortunately, every room in this, so we manipulate another evil rock here. Every room in this dungeon is connected, so any misstep you make will mess up the RNG. It doesn't matter if there's no enemies in this room. If I run into a wall, it's gonna mess everything. So this is the worst dungeon in terms of the actual manipulation. It's pretty quick. There is a puzzle in the middle of it, which can be very difficult to do. I have actually literally completely forgotten the solution in a run, and had to sit there for like a minute trying to remember what to do. I don't know why. It's all muscle memory at this point, but for some reason, because this was over at our tech test at Religion's place, and it was embarrassing. Yeah, there's a puzzle that can be tricky to do, which is coming up in this next room here. So yeah, so I picked up the bomb out of that chest. The bomb is another tool that we can use, as you see, to blow up walls. We'll use it later to blow open holes in the ground so we can fall through. You can use it to blow up bushes as well. So it's very useful and necessary. So this is basically just a match 3 puzzle where you push the blocks around. Match 3 or more. Sounds a little tricky just to, not mess up your steps, of course. You actually have two free steps. After the eagle battle, where I got the eagle rock, and before those stairs with the room of the bowl that I just took, you can make 2 missteps and be fine. It's exactly 2. If you make 1, you're gonna be messed up. If you make 3 or more, you're gonna be messed up. But exactly 2, and you're fine. This game is very hard, basically, with RNG manipulation. So again, these boomerangs are very crucial for this. It would take multiple turns without them. Obviously, there's 3 guys. Tia has magic right now,
but it's not very good.
Yeah, it's all tier 1 magic. Obviously, speaking of the game. It's not very good. It's not going to do a whole lot. But since I have big boomers, or just boomerangs, it's a lot easier. And since I'm on the manipulation still, you're guaranteed to get basic surprise attacks in those battles. The way battles work in this game is if you meet an enemy head on, it's going to be a regular battle. If you attack them from behind or they attack you from behind, it's 100% a surprise attack. In whatever direction. If you're facing them and basically attack them from the side, like you're facing their side basically, like we did with those kobolds, it's a 50% chance to get a surprise attack. But since it's manipulated, it's 100%. So we're gonna do another weird thing here. We'll go down here and talk to the king. So we just want money because we're greedy.
You can choose nothing and he'll give you more money.
Yeah, we just choose the first option because it's the only consistent way, again, to let the same number of frames elapse.
The little cursor appearing on the prompt for which option you select actually affects the RNG.
Oh, I was not aware of that.
It's also the same problem when you're staying at the inn in Elite.
You learn something new every day. I mean, I knew that it messed things up.
It's really stupid, is what it is.
There's a lot of, again, really weird things with this game.
There's been more than enough situations watching this guy play in races or PB attempts or whatever where he makes a mistake and somehow ends up still being on manipulation or seemingly does everything right and some weird thing comes up and he's not, so...
Yeah, so one of the things is that some actions normalize their RNG, so like walking... So the stairs I took were in that last dungeon where I said that I have 2 free steps. I think going down those stairs, if you're on, you know, if you take 2 extra steps, it'll normalize it. So there are certain things like that, which is how like you can get off of it. One time I got into a battle I wasn't supposed to get into, and running from a battle I had 21 steps, I think. So I was 21 steps off, and then somehow I ended up on the correct RNG, and it made absolutely no sense. But I mean, that's why, because one of the doors I walked through fixed it for me. It's very odd, so a lot of the time when you mess up, you basically just keep going and hope that you get back on. I have a lot of visual cues for monster movement and battle damage, where I know if I'm still on the correct RNG, so like this crab stays up at the top, and the pink Megamoth just doesn't move at all, so that's how I know that I'm still on the correct RNG.
Well, the Mega Moth actually tries to move towards other enemies and stick to them. And since the crab is the only valid option, it just kind of gets stuck in the wall.
Yeah. So I am still on the RNG, which is good.
Because
this next boss is a huge troll. The Regal Goblin. We call him, if you're not on the RNG manipulation, he is the RNG Goblin. So the main strat is to use Drowsy. It has a 50% chance of putting him to sleep. And then you basically wail on him. He's really nasty if you don't put him to sleep. He has the ability, which you'll see, to summon companions. Which actually the next few bosses also have that ability. The only issue is that the Goblin, when he summons a companion, he can also attack them. It does less damage than if you didn't summon a companion at all, but it's still enough damage where it'll put you in dire straits if he attacks to you, or could put you in dire straits. So there's a companion. Again, this is all manipulated. I know exactly what's going to happen. So it's this boss especially, you want to still be on the correct RNG. I was doing practice the first night I came, and I got off the RNG, and so I was basically just trying to kill this guy normally, and it took me 6 or 7 tries because he just kept bopping Tia, and once Tia gets bopped, I mean, Maxim has no healing capabilities at this point.
Oh no, you forgot the key!
Oh yeah. So the whole point you go into that is to get the key, because this door is locked. And the little kid that I talked at the beginning, Abel, steals the key and loses it to the Goblin. The Goblin steals it. So you beat the Goblin. The chest behind him had the small shrine key. We didn't actually grab the small shrine key, as you noticed. I just kind of left. Turns out, this game has a few trigger issues. The trigger for opening that door is beating the Goblin and not having the key in your inventory. I don't even know if the key goes into your inventory. There's a lot of little stuff like that. I think that one was discovered by Voltis, who's a German speedrunner of this game. He just forgot to pick up the key and left, and it turns out to have worked. So this is Hilda. Hilda is the woman that needed to get through to this town to meet her brother Guy. This is probably the second hardest part of the manipulation. So we sell that catfish jewel for a load of cash. Buy a tough hide, which will come into play for a couple of bosses, and 2 cuckoos, which will help against cannon. Buy a few spells. Maxim finally gets strong, which is the healing spell of this game. And now we buy big bloopers, which are, like I said, the OP, or the powered up version of regular bloopers, basically. And then just a bunch of like healing items and stuff. So those 3 text boxes need to be skipped frame perfectly. And that second box is a yes/no prompt, which is the hardest text box in the game. It's there's only 9 characters. It's yes dot no dot, so you don't have very much time to hit the button. I think I got it.
I didn't see the hand up here.
And even if I did, I recently. Okay. Nice. Even if it did show up, I recently figured out a recovery, so I'd be able to get back on if that were the case. So that guy, Camus, basically pops in, threatens his town. He's in some tower southeast. It's aptly named the Southeast Tower. He pops in and basically threatens the town, and we beat him up, bloody his nose. The only issue is that before he leaves, he captures Hilda, Guy's sister. Guy, this obviously doesn't sit well with Guy. So we team up with him to come to the Southeast Tower and basically go rescue Hilda. So there are a number of puzzles in this game. So basically, as soon as you step on that tile, it generates these switches, and you have to press them down. There's a lot of puzzles in this game, which is one of the reasons why I love it so much. It's not just a regular, boring old RPG. You have cool puzzles to frustrate you to no end, and stuff like that. Well, like one of which is the world's most difficult trick, which I'm going to be doing later thanks to all your generous donations. It's a really hard trick. I spent a lot of time trying to figure it out myself, and I couldn't do it, so I had to look up a solution before the marathon started. But there's a lot of puzzles like that. The dungeon where the world's most difficult trick is on has a number of very difficult tricks. One of which is the growing grass puzzle, which if you played this game as a kid, you probably cried before you figured it out, because it's a really difficult solution, and you actually have to. You can't waste any steps or you have to start over again. If you have a third donation, by the way, you can go anytime. We're just kind of battling at this point.
Okay, we have a $50 donation from Wells JC saying Big Bad is needed in FF4.
Agree?
I see.
I'd also like to give a status update on the level 0 run. That is now at $380 out of 500, so that's gone up quite a bit.
Nice.
$120 more, and we'll be seeing that done. So get those donations in ASAP.
That is a really wacky run. Lots of graphical glitches. It's a lot of fun.
We also have the Council Monster Choice still active. That's going to be a rolling donation incentive. As of right now, there's a $50. Flash is in the lead with $50, and Sully is in second with $25.
This guy.
I put Flash in the Flash is terrible.
Hey, Flash can occasionally heal you for negligible amounts of HP.
Or have a character that you want.
Usually-
heal someone else.
Yeah, usually Flash will heal the person who's not damaged.
Which is hilarious.
And basically just waste time. So capsule monsters, if you don't know what they are basically Pokemon. You pick them up, and you can feed them. If you feed them, they'll level up and gain, and their stats will increase, and they'll gain new abilities. We never pick them up in a speedrun because they just waste time. They don't contribute anything to combat, and all they do is waste time with their battle animations, basically.
Really selling really well.
I know, right? But if I'm gonna grab all of them, all 7 of them. There's 7, and I'll just basically be using whichever one people donate for, whichever one's in the lead at the time.
Flash is fast enough that if you try and run away, it'll act before you run.
Yes, there are a number of capsule monsters where even if you try to run away, they'll take their action before you can actually escape. Which I'm sure they think they're doing a good job and helping out, but in reality, it doesn't actually help at all.
What's even more entertaining is when they take their action, they run away, then you run away.
So this is Camus' special attack, the Buster attack. Hits everyone for pretty good damage. I'm gonna be negligible and not heal Tia. Negligence. Got it. Should have survived with 1 health.
She's not bad. Don't worry.
Look at that. Oh, 4 health.
4.
Sorry.
She's a champion.
So this boss is tricky just because we kill him with exact damage. So if you make a mistake, you're gonna die. there's also a possibility that if you're off the manipulation, so you can like I mentioned before, you can recover manipulation if you're off. But it turns out that so I fought this guy's followers, and so we manipulated Cameron Jewel as well, which will come in handy.
Yeah, Cameron Jewel was the item that took me the longest to manipulate way back when.
It's very low drop chance.
I spent about 5 months trying to get it. This was before I had a good understanding of how the RNG works.
So let me just say, so we kill Camu. So you see there's these chests. These are the troll chests. Bugs everyone. Just like, why not just pick up the chest before you leave? Sadly, so here comes this first one. But this is going to be a common theme in this game. You beat the boss, but they're dastardly, and they basically left behind a trap in case they died that will do in the person that killed them. So basically, Camu had that trap that, you know, the whole top of the tower was exploding. So we had to escape, and he also locked the door, of course, so we wouldn't be able to walk out. Luckily, Iris was there to save us. I believe we've learned her. Yeah, she tells you her name. So Iris comes and saves us. She's a mysterious woman who sends us on our mission in the first place. So she has it in her best interest to keep us alive, I guess. So she teleports us out. Of course, the very first thing we do is go back in and get those chests at the top of that tower. Which this guy over here, it irks him to no ends.
It can be done faster.
It takes a while to get back to the top of the tower.
About 2.5 minutes or so, roughly.
Yeah. The only thing is, obviously for a segmented run or a fully manipulated run even, in theory you can manipulate the entire game.
Hasn't been routed yet. Hasn't been done yet. Extremely difficult. There's at least one point in the run where you have to be frame perfect on your text skipping, and it's about halfway through the run.
But yeah, so in an RTA setting, the items at the top of the tower are very useful for the next boss and for subsequent battles, basically. There's going to be a fire dagger, which is very good against the tarantula. Tarantula, despite living in the ruby cave that's full of lava, is weak to fire. I don't know why. Some things in this game just don't make sense. So we get the fire dagger because it's fire elemental, and it has a very good IP attack, which I don't really have to use some of them. It's got a very good IP attack. That will basically just demolish it. And also the pearl brace, which is a very good defensive, it's a very good shield that we can use at a number of places.
Is anyone who foregoes getting that stuff? Or is it all totally locked in these days?
For an RTA, no, everyone gets it. There is one item that's contentious. It's the camo armor. It's not necessary to get. El Magus does not get it. Every other runner in this game does. Basically, because you need to get it for the manipulation. Opening chests, surprise, surprise, does also change manipulation, or the RNG. So if you don't, so you have to open the chest and get the camo armor to stay on the manipulation. You do not need to use the camo armor. You can pick it up and just not equip it. But you do need to get it. So if I'm still on when I get to the top of the tower, then I will be grabbing it. And even if I'm gonna grab it no matter what, just for marathon safety. It does give Guy some defense and some attack, which makes obviously battles a little easier. What if I tried to do? Anyway, so I'm doing this puzzle a little differently than last time. If you do the puzzle a certain way, so there's these plaques on the walls that tell you, basically give you hands-on puzzles in this game. It tells you, I forget what the hint is, but basically you need to change the day. So you do that puzzle, and it opens a secret door. So here's the camo armor, which I have to get now. The hidden chest gave us the Jute helmet, which actually is very crucial for the end of the game because you have confusion protection, and a number of the bosses at the end can inflict confusion. So we're getting preheated up now, and we'll use it in 3 hours or so. So more movements. We come to this town. This guy's really rich. There's this treasure in the cave to the north, the Ruby Cave, which is the Ruby Apple. Talking to this guy twice, an extra time actually does mess up the energy. I've done that before. It was very, very surprising that matters. It might be because his wife moves, I'm not quite sure. So we come to the Ruby Cave. This is actually where the second capsule monster is. This is the first capsule monster I'll be getting. So I reset twice because it does change RNG, and it sets it up so that basically I get it. I basically manipulate a B-Rock, which is very good. It increases agility. And you'll notice that I moved Guy with that. I switched Guy and Tia, which might seem strange, but enemies don't attack characters. They attack party slots. So that guy was going to attack that slot. So I changed them out, or I switched them. So it's such a long time since I've had these rare drops out. So you basically switch them so that Guy would get hit instead of Tia. Because we need IP on Guy for the next boss fight. And I guess since I keep throwing this term around, we can talk about IP. Do you want to explain it, dude? You have a better understanding of how that all works.
Yeah, so what IP is, it stands for Akari points. We usually just call it item points, though. It's a value anywhere from 0 to 255. On the status screen, though, it only shows as a percentage. And what happens is each piece of equipment, or, well, most pieces of equipment, have a special ability that uses a certain number of IP. And these abilities generally are much, much, much more powerful than anything else you can utilize. What it is, IP is gained when you take damage in battle, and what it does is it looks at the amount of damage you took and compares that to your HP before you took the damage. It divides that into a percentage, and then it multiplies it by your gut stat as a percentage again. So Maxim, for instance, has 100 gut, so he'll always get the full value of whatever percentage damage he takes. Tia, on the other hand, only has 60 gut, so she's not going to get quite as much IP out of it. Yeah, that's pretty much IP in a nutshell. Yeah, you see this Buster attack, this Blaze attack. Blaze attack is one of the stronger ones. It's 3 times as strong as a normal attack, and it's fire element, which Tarantula happens to be weak to. You see just how much damage you can be doing, as opposed to trying to do this a normal way, which is quite a slow fight.
Alright, there's that spider duel. So that's the end of the manipulation I'm going to be doing. Which actually is a huge relief considering I messed it up before Catfish. It's nice to have a little redemption to get it to the end. But yeah, so that fight was, as you saw, only 4 turns and with manipulation. Without manipulation, that guy is a huge jerk, and I usually lose about 2 minutes on my PB. Just because it just takes so many more turns, and it's a lot more difficult. But we get the Spider Jewel, which IP attack. Basically, these rare drops, the IP attacks are the special attacks from the bosses. So we got the Camu Jewel from Camu. The IP was his special buster attack. For the spider, he used Spider Web on the 2nd turn. So that's what the IP is for the Spider Jewel. Basically what it does is it decreases the agility of all the enemies, which I'm going to use in whopping 2 battles. And I'll heal now, just because I know. Alright, so I have to go back in and get Blaze. It's faster to escape out. I don't actually want to fight you right now, so. One of the mechanics for this arrow, and a number of other tools that I'm going to get, which I didn't mention. The old man talks about it in the skills key, but I'm sure who was really reading that conversation. You can use these items to basically stun enemies, and once they're stunned, they don't move, and you cannot get into an encounter with them. So and you can tell when they're stunned because they'll like shake and stuff. So this is the first capsule monster. Is Blaze. He's kind of a whip.
Dude, what?
I know, right? That's weird.
Just need to be like a damage, man.
When I'm not on manipulation, I've been in practice. I've been getting Blaze before the fight, and he's the fire elemental capsule monster.
Gotcha.
And again, because he lives in a cave of lava, that makes sense. It still doesn't make sense why the spiders, weak to fire.
He just took a wrong turn and hid in the worst cave possible.
He got in there and just couldn't get out.
Yeah, I guess. So we keep this cutscene in mind. If we meet the level 0 glitch incentive, that's going to be a very important cutscene. But yeah, so we pick up Blaze. He has an attack that's fire elemental that actually does quite a bit of damage to the spider. So in my practice, every time he would attack once and then run away immediately. Even if he doesn't take damage, he'll run away.
Captain monsters also have a gut stat, but since they don't have IP, their gut stat works a little bit differently. In addition, theirs actually goes up at level up. Your main characters never increase in gut through natural means outside of using an item called a Brave. Capsule monsters, on the other hand, their gut stat determines whether or not they're going to run away. It's based on how much damage they've taken and what their gut stat is. Blaze doesn't have a particularly high gut stat. However, Darby wins the award for that, being at level, I think, 31 with a whopping 3 guts.
That's why we got Flash. Flash is not gonna let us down, right?
Flash is gonna stick around for longer than we would like, I'm sure. So in this cutscene, we get introduced to our next character, Selin. She also has a special emote, Happy Magical Waifu, which we'll get into later. But so, Selin is basically the commander of the army for Parcelite. She is a very strong and independent woman. So she's supposed to actually, I'll mention this when we get into combat, but just keep in mind that she's supposed to be very, very skilled swordswoman. So, basically, we were just kind of...
It's a good thing you're not on the manipulation anymore.
Basically, as soon as the manipulation is over, I breathe a sigh of relief and then immediately make a million movement errors. So we're basically still traveling to find Maxim's purpose, and so we happen upon Parcelite. And this king, as kings are wont to be, is greedy, and he wants to get this, basically this relic called the treasure sword, which is up in the aptly named Treasure Sword Shrine. This game is very clever with their naming system, as you'll see. So basically word's gone around about Maxim, and the king has heard of him. So he basically wants us to go and grab this sword, and he sends the captain of his guard, or the captain of his army, basically selling along with us. This is the first time we actually get it right. Ignore that.
I'm sure this is just a special brand of RNG manipulation.
It is. That's. I mean, other people. Oh, come on! What's that for? Please. Oh, here we go. So we're running away. Oh, these guys actually get. Oh, the goblins will probably get. Is this? Only one of the goblins got actions. Never mind.
I really like this guy.
Right? One step before. Come on. So yeah, other people don't manipulate past Spider. I do, clearly. I manipulated that battle where I got attacked twice.
It's more IP, right?
Exactly.
I got you.
Okay, the guy was trolling. Yeah, the tail. I just wanted to let you guys know Blaze's full potential. This puzzle, again. I'm actually kind of notorious for messing up this puzzle. I did it, we had a race for Scrumathon. I got here first and immediately messed it up. Oh, please. Immediately messed it up. There we go. We actually need this Hole Raker. I immediately messed it up and I was like, oh god, I'm an idiot. Luckily, two of the other 3 runners also messed it up. So I didn't feel as bad. But I'm sure Happy Squid and Chad is having a great time. We were talking about having an overrunner and how many puzzles I would have to reset. So that's one for that.
That's one.
So we need we get all the. So Selene has a very very useful spell called Escape and Warp that we can use a number of times. So we need all those items. Time because why not? And we also grab the key. There's a lot of keys in this game. It's entirely possible if you're in chat and you see people screaming "Key" and a Craigasm. Feel free to do that as well. If MTI is here, he's definitely doing it. So we need all those chests and the key. We also need this mine ring. These are all very useful equipments. So we reset just because it's faster than walking out. So here's a puzzle where you can blow them up at the same time. If you do, basically every box that blows up, it moves forward one spot. If you blow them up at the same time, it'll move all the way forward and it'll fall. So that's the solution to that. You just have to blow them up at a time. This one is, there are certain games where basically you put yellow and red blocks down and it'll change all the opposing colors blocks to those colors if they're trapped. And you have a limited number of moves. So like this one you can only pick up yellows twice and reds once. So that one's kind of basically the first somewhat difficult. Yeah, it's
there's the Flypanager.
Yeah, this is also another fun issue with this game. It doesn't get rid of the text.
Rod Panager, that's even better.
Yeah. Just make sure this is right. It's, and I'm gonna start saving. These clowns can be when if I messed up my equips, which I'm pretty sure I did. It could get worse, but basically the concept of these is there's these 2 clowns, Pierre and Danielle. We're gonna fight Pierre first. So I just want to make sure his name is Pierre. So we do this. So we've got Pierre and Danielle, 2 clowns. Essentially what it is we're gonna fight Pierre and we're gonna kill Pierre.
Blaze! 43. MVP.
I'm sorry, Attack Snack. I'm glad you have me. Actually, so Here is blue. He's weak against ice and water, I guess. He's probably water as well. Fire attacks have trouble hitting him.
Blaze.
It was bound to happen eventually. So fire attacks have a high chance of missing. I see.
Yes.
I see.
So another thing about Salon being good with swords, she has a rod.
Yeah, she has a rod, even though she's a very powerful swordsman. So that was fun. Alright, this is why we pick up regains. Regains are basically the free sounds in this game, if you will. So we killed Pierre, and then he suddenly reappeared, and we're like, what's going on? So then we come to Danielle. Danielle's red. She is weak against fire and thunder.
I love that move.
These clowns!
There are just some bosses in the game that will do nothing with a turn.
Yeah, so these guys have a chance to attack.
Nice! 150.
Yo, dude. I told you, man.
Unfortunately, we're gonna have
I
to
know a little
scrap
something about this game. That's what I know about.
So what I was gonna say was, fire attacks had a high chance of missing Pierre. Ice attacks, which Vic has, have a high chance of missing Danielle. Which is why it was so incredible that Blaze and Guy hit Pierre, because...
Oh! Whoa. That would have been even better if it killed her.
Should die this turn, actually. No. She's very close. Yeah, I mean, Blaze is beasting it. This should kill her.
Oh, look at that.
Blaze getting the experience.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah, he actually stuck around long enough to gain XP. This is incredible. So we killed Danielle, she came back. Selen is, being the smart woman that she is, noticed, hey, they both said the exact same thing when we killed her. When we killed them. So to sum us up with this, I actually heard a story about this exact same monster. Where they split into two and we have to kill them both at once. So now we have to do the battles again, but with half of our parties. And Blaze, because he's...
Blaze is in both of them. He's
Yeah,
that good.
Capsule Monsters, he's mad about the last battle. So we're using Spiderweb here. This is kind of a cool little strat where you don't usually get to do, because usually you don't have this. But if you Spiderweb, see there it is. It was, you can't really be mad at him for that, because it happens. But basically this allows us to go first. Which is really good, because then you can... He is our healer.
Oh.
He really has a grudge.
Stop you. Pierre was mad that he hit him.
So it's very good, because normally if I were going seconds... if I were going second, it would have had to heal the first time as well, and then it would have been a waste of turn, because I didn't heal. You can't actually heal Capsule Monsters. So let me come to here. This one, Blaze is back. Don't worry, everyone. He's still alive.
He's
We'll
not
see.
weak to ice. He's weak to water.
Yo. Oh.
How do you miss Danielle? Come on, man.
Now I just look foolish.
The clowns have a chance to dodge anything, for almost anything thrown at them. I've seen them dodge a boomerang.
Yeah, that's really weird. I didn't even know that boomerangs could miss until he said that.
They can't
It's
until
happened. I was
here.
like,
No.
Blaze.
This wasn't that bad.
You live on in spirit and Blaze attack. There we go.
These guys have 1,200 life. So he's at 880 right now. I actually could have killed him if I had Flash was selling. But we'll be safe. It's a marathon, so I don't want to. Yeah, if Blaze had
Action connected.
So, since we killed them at the same time, despite the fact that it was not at the same time, they die. Whoa, this can't be happening. Poof. We did it. Oh, I heard a rumor about this monster. Thank God. Well, who knows what we would have done if you hadn't heard this random rumor.
I'm so glad you heard this rumor.
I'm glad that all rumors are true.
Yeah, that too.
Please, tell me more of your rumors.
So the treasure shore. You'll notice that shore. I can't speak English.
Treasure.
So some items are green. I think that's the only non-key item that's green. So we're gonna use Sellen's. Let's pretend I didn't do that. No, yeah. Blaze coming through in the clutch and attacking when it's not necessary. Okay, so now that I have Sullen's warp spell, this is not something you'll normally do. But I'm gonna come back here. So you'll see I'm menuing now because it basically eradicates any encounters I would have had and gives me 4 free steps. I'm gonna come here. Hopefully Fumi will find us
I'm
to be
fully
worthy-
expecting him to
to be
just
worthy
take
of our
off
power.
and be like, no.
Hasn't happened yet, but marathons are for those haven't happened.
I'm just
before, so-
waiting for that day that,
Fumi has accepted us.
that we discover that hidden text that nobody's ever seen where he just takes off the top of the screen. You're done. I don't
Is
care.
Fumi ahead of Blaze in donations?
Yeah, are they?
They are
Okay.
both at 0.
Alright, so we'll give Fumi his due screen time then.
Blaze had a good run.
He did until he missed twice and then ran.
I was talking about it.
Alright, so now we come back to Parceline. Or, sorry, Parceline. In the ward. Missina running away?
Probably.
Fumi's. Fumi's garbage.
Fumi is the neutral element, which nothing is weak to, nothing is strong to.
The Fumi punch.
Which makes him very adequate, basically. Very mediocre.
His stats are subpar, too.
So we give the king the treasure sword, and this guy comes in. He's like, "Yo, I heard this town across the way just got demolished by one single man."
No way.
And we're all just like, that can't be possible. It's okay, send Vic to solve the problem.
He'll handle it.
Yeah.
Well, the king actually wants to send Sellen, I think. Or Sellen wants to go, and Vic's like, "Alright, we can't be having that. I'm the noble guy. I can't just be letting you run off after this guy that just destroyed a whole town by himself."
Plus, we're heading that way anyway.
Yeah.
So, come on.
So she rejoins us after leaving us for a very brief time. Yes, she joins our party again. So we're gonna go and investigate this town that just got demolished by this being of extraordinary power. Oh yeah. If you have donations, then you can go for it. Yes, we made it.
We have a $8 donation from Relia. I probably butchered that.
Is that right? Yeah.
Please remind the runners that the Kutan army will not be forgotten. Put these $8 towards naming Edgar Kutan in Final Fantasy VI.
Yes,
I approve.
Recruitan army.
I see.
Everyone who's
So you notice that Gordovan was a town that got destroyed. We don't really care. We just drop in to make it.
Just double checking to see if there's anybody still alive. You know if there are, okay, they can rebuild. We're good. Let's get out of here. We gotta go deal with this guy.
Don't do it.
Dude, you already know you're switching to Flash
I'm waiting for people to start donating for Zeppi, Buttfish for Life.
So we just got the hook, which is a new tool, which allows us to it's a grapple. It also has the ability to stun enemies. Unlike the arrow, though, it has a limited range. Arrows will go until it hits a wall or an enemy. Hook has a limited range. Not that it really matters. I'm not going to save here just because I'm pretty sure we can take this guy on, even though, destroying town isn't
I think you got this.
We got this. Yo, Fumi's gonna prove me wrong and
Yeah, Fumi-
actually carry the team.
Fumi has this.
I gave Guy.
More RNG manipulation there, I assume.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'm provide
Every time he runs into a wall,
catch it up.
complete RNG manipulation.
This is the guy who also pioneered RNG manipulation for Mystic Quest, right?
I did.
For all your floor 6.
For all my I've manipulated. I'm very good at manipulating floor 6. I may have gotten it 1 out of like 26 times, but I try anyway. So I think for this one, it's basically just trial and error until you get it.
No,
But
you
once
you step on the button and it shows you the order.
forget that. Trial and error too. Stop with your lies, DD. So that was to get the key. There's 5 different floors to this tower. There's a lot of cool stuff you can get. We only care about the key. There is an Eagle Rock. If you didn't get an Eagle Rock, you can get it here.
Let's do this.
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah, this
You
guy.
got this pick.
He's gonna be a pushover.
It's Fumi and I taking on the world.
He's got 7,500 HP. You got this.
Fumi actually has a dollar now.
Oh, is that you? Or is that Rob?
That's
Raw.
Oh, I accidentally ran. Crap.
You wasted
We might not be it, guys.
Good run, everybody.
Even Fumi died.
What game's next? Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah, let's get the other one here. So, you can beat this boss. It takes grinding and a good setup. But you can kill him, and it actually takes a while. It's a long battle, too. But if you kill him, you get the Gades Blade, which is
Ridiculously powerful
so
at this point
awesome.
in the game.
It is so cool.
And it's also got a really strong IP called Octo Strike. It uses 255 IP, but it attacks 8 times in 1 round.
problem is, in order to get it, you overpower yourself enough that the game is...
Yeah, the rest of the game is super easy anyway, I think.
Except against undead, they laugh at you.
I give it. So...
Would there be any feasible way to manipulate that fight this early on to get that drop?
You can manipulate it, but it's still a really long
So
fight.
it's really not worth it.
It's not worth it in a speed run now.
You manipulate the right.
Pendulum has
The
actually...
right core is the left core.
both. So Pendulum has actually routed this out, of course. The guy's an animal. He did investigate manipulating Gades 1, but yeah, it's just not worth it. It takes too long. So we come back here to report back to the king the state of Parcelite, or the state of Gordovan, which we only looked at for about 2 seconds. And then this messenger comes in and asks, "Is there a guy here?" Which is a very good question. There are multiple guys
There are
here.
like 4 guys here.
But basically, he comes in and says that Guy's sister Hilda is not well. So he goes back and goes to talk to her, or goes to take care of her, basically. And we continue on because we're mad at Gades for basically destructive wave in our face. Yeah, we're fine. Oh, because Iris came back and saved us.
Yeah, we wouldn't have been fine if it wasn't for Iris.
Luckily, Iris is there every time we're about to die. So now we go back to Gordovan, which is where we dropped in to create that work point.
Townspeople are fine.
Yeah, they're fine, I'm sure. It's no biggie, no biggie. Oops.
Gym manipulation. It's $5.
I'm doing it for charity. Yeah.
Run away for charity.
I'm actually, if Blaze were still in our party, he would have gone in action, I'm sure. So thank you, Fumi. Thank you, Fumi, for being so
Don't worry, Flash will
so
do it.
inadequate.
Flash will do it.
Speaking of Fumi, we have a $1 donation from the Roth saying, Fumi Kappa.
Kappa.
Yeah.
Now we got it.
So we stopped by Merrick's to buy some supplies. Some armor for the girls, and a weapon, and also the fireball spell for Selma, which is going to be very handy for the next boss. And so, Cave Bridge. Okay, if you've played Lufia 1, you probably have bad memories about the bridge building quest. It takes about like 5 minutes in that game, or possibly even longer. Because you have to... Basically the concept is there's this guy who's a master bridge builder, but he's afraid to build the bridge because there's monsters in this cave. Where normally there wouldn't be. I think the monsters destroyed the bridge in the first place. So we have to go and get rid of the monsters, and then he'll build the bridge. In Lufia 1, like this guy only builds the bridge when you're watching him from the other side. So basically, like you have to walk all the way around and do all this crazy stuff so you can build a bridge. But in this game, they got smarter and made it like basically or something. It's super fast. Thank goodness. It's basically just a little mini dungeon. So again, this is more stuff where Tia is like, "Oh, Vic, you're so sweet." Because basically he's worried, like he's a very kind guy, or a nice guy.
Thanks.
Okay. We'll do this the first game. So again, like I said earlier, ideally you want to meet that guy head on, because going in the side like that is risky, because there's a 50% chance they would surprise attack you, which is not what you want. So that, yeah, I got the power board though, which I bought new myself, so I'm gonna need it. So that cave is what summoned all these monsters. So we destroy it, and we're good. But yeah, so Maxim's like really worried about Selin when she falls down the hole, whereas he wasn't worried about Tia when she fell down the hole. Tia fell down and Selin went after her, and then Selin fell down and Maxim went after her. So we get this, we put a lot of jealousy on Tia's part. It's okay though, Tia can't cook a family fish anymore.
And she's not good with swords, and Selin is.
Exactly. Selin is so good with swords, as you can see from her rod.
She prefers those fry pan daggers.
Also, that's
So here is the introduction of Decker. Decker the Invincible. Everyone loves him. He is not the smartest person. He takes orders with someone with no name. He's not the smartest guy in the world, but he is awesome. He's really strong, really slow, not in a smartness type of way fashion. He's the slowest guy, the slowest character you can get.
So he can jump that high in the air.
Yeah. No, this is the one of 100, the Blastmaster. He reduced him to less than nothing. He's got a lot of great lines. So this is Adura. He's some guy taking orders from, again, someone with no name. Coming to destroy this kingdom. Luckily Decker is here, so Decker just wrecks everything.
And then the prince comes out, finds a jelly, has some trouble killing said jelly,
But
and thinks he saved the kingdom.
Yeah. Here's my duty. Oh, it's you, Decker. Oh.
See, I just saved the kingdom single-handedly. You just kind of stood there and watched. Obviously, you're worthless.
Wait, are you big?
I have a reputation.
So yeah, Big's reputation is preceding him at this point. Basically, everyone knows about him. So now we know that, hey, okay, Gades is the one that Adura is taking orders from.
Decker is making a lot of assumptions there.
Yeah. So, we discover, hey, Adura went to the North Labyrinth. Take your wildest guess as to why it's called the North Labyrinth. So Decker, so the prince, thinking that he's all strong and powerful, of course goes after him. Basically, the only reason he's gotten this far is because Decker's got his back and saves him every time he's in danger, so this time's no exception. And we also go with him, because, we want to find out what's up with the Adura, and you're supposed to be able to make it here without being counted. Oh wow, I didn't. Oops.
The dodges.
There's a lot of jukes with these monsters. So we come here to grab the Thunder Ring. It's got a useful IP called Bolts, which is the level 2 lightning spell. We don't have access to SLI, we do have access to level 2 spells. Fireball is a level 2 fire spell, basically. But we don't have Bolt yet, so we grab that so that we can use it in the future.
These stairs also like the juke.
Is Flash still winning, by the way?
Let me refresh real quick and make sure.
Know it. Is Flash good?
No,
Flash is amazing.
don't listen to Kobani.
Let it go. Never being baited by $40.
Flash is still winning with $50. To go down the rest of the bid war, Sully has 25 and is in second place, and Fumi is in third with 1.
Well,
Cap up.
alright, Shaggy.
Flash!
Alright, so now we get Flash, thanks to, and we're using Flash for the foreseeable future, thanks to Kobahi's generous $50 donation. So this is a puzzle that basically you stand on the arrows and it takes moves wherever. There's of course items up there. We don't need them. This is a bomb puzzle. You have to turn all the bomb tiles white, and this is not a glitch. We're still glitches. Don't worry. We're still good. We're still good.
Note, do not solve that entire bomb puzzle in one chain reaction or the bridge won't stop going up. Or rather, it'll go up and it'll keep going up and eventually come around the bottom of the screen.
Alright, I actually can do this the faster way. Which made me open my face like... So when you get the Camu Jewel, one of the things it does is add 20 intelligence. Mind Ring also adds 20 intelligence. And I put them both on Selin. Selin also has the Fireball spell. So these enemies up here are weak to fire. So I like to make it risky. No one else does. This could blow up in my face and I could die. Yo, I equipped you. Why are you so good?
Flash.
See it here. Oh! Good damage.
Actually, Spirit Revive would be good, but he's probably going to use it on Dick. So there's a safer way to do this, where I don't think I've ever seen him attack before. So the safer way to do it is to kill 3 mummies and then use an extra turn to heal. We don't roll like that. We don't play like that. Yo, flash like a boss. So these trolls, that's actually bad. The trolls can attack and paralyze. Oh, so this is not bad. It's not. It just wastes time.
Heal?
Hey, he needed it.
Okay.
I don't understand this hatred for animals that you have, man.
So what was I gonna say?
You hate animals?
I do. That is what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, so trolls have when they attack, they can paralyze your party members. Selin, she's the most important person. She has Fireball, which does a lot of damage to these guys. We get her the Pearl Brace, which we picked up in the Table Tower revisit that Dragon Bear hates so much. Pearl Brace protects against paralysis. Ideally, they only need 1 Big Boomer and 1 Fireball. So ideally, one of the 2, Maxim or Tia, gets paralyzed, so it doesn't waste time with an extra Big Boomer. And it doesn't waste the supply. But, I mean, I guess, yay, Tia survived. Usually she dies, actually. So that's the strat you can only do when you have the Camu Jewel. Because otherwise, Selin doesn't do enough damage. You can only kill two trolls on the first turn. Again, assuming that one of the 2 people gets paralyzed.
It's because Flash got attacked.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That actually might have gone a lot worse if Flash had a gun attack, which is just very, very entertaining to see that.
Flash was tanking those hits on the boss.
Exactly.
And then revived Maxim right after.
Good job. Good job, Kobahi.
Maybe?
We don't play this. Okay, so we save the prince. Come back here. Turns out Gades dropped by and issued a challenge.
Some challenge.
Yeah. One-way warning. If you have donations, you can go ahead and read them.
Alright, we have a $15 donation from Jojo Rock saying, Poor Conjo, flex, flex, flex. France and force, flex, flex, flex. Rummel! Exclamation point, exclamation point. Thank you very much for that donation. We also have had a pair of donations from Gobahi that have contributed to the run so far. We have A $50 donation on behalf of Kabahi. Put this towards the Flash capsule monster and Lufia too. As a reminder, you can also change that if Flash is not to your liking.
Flash is everyone's like.
Debatable.
I roll for Flash.
You also had the $40 donation plus another donation that put Vic as the file name. So thank you very much for those donations. Keep them coming in. As a reminder, we still have the level 0 bonus run that has not been met yet.
Love to see that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That is still at $380, so only $120 away.
Don't make us poison a cow going.
I'll do it. Luckily Doyson is on top.
Don't make me go bug the village inn.
You do want to see that run, though. That run is not only very interesting, but also absolutely hilarious.
Yes.
So,
There's a lot of weird stuff you can do with that glitch.
I'll take a backseat.
Yeah, and we get Decker.
So,
So now we went from Maxim Selnatia to Manlius group, which is Guy and Decker.
Bro
and
team.
then Maxim's there also.
Ah,
Big's there.
I see.
I thought you didn't know. Flash defend. Alright. That's Sully's move. So these guys do have certain move that chat might like if they do it. Hopefully they don't. It's Sandstorm.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it yet. These guys should all know.
Is your duty ready?
Alright, that's good. So, these are mandatory battles. You have to. One of the puzzles that the old man tells you about is sometimes if you can't figure out how to open a door, just kill everything. So there are two such. I'm pretty sure Guy was at full life, but I'm not too sure.
Good job, Flash. Counting on you.
I kind of wish the AI would be like, oh wait, he's at full life. Maybe I don't know.
So I just realized the Flash is pretty fast. So.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he is. He's gonna get an action every time I try to run away. There are a couple of castle launches like that. Like Blaze, you saw.
Blaze is moderately fast. Gusto is the
Gusto.
fastest.
Is also very fast.
if you're, oh,
Oh, sorry, go.
so if you're just tuning in, we are RPG Limit Break. We are a group of speedrunners with, we have people here from the United States, Canada, and Australia gathering to raise money for NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental Illness, a US-based charity, which provides advocacy and support for the mentally ill. To learn more about NAMI and how to get involved, go to NAMI.org.
I think this is the introduction of teleport areas. So there's a pumpkin jewel in there. You need it, but I don't have the camera jewel. And since we're going to do the world's most difficult trick, it gives me more leeway with my items. So I don't actually need the pumpkin jewel. You would normally get it if you don't have the camera jewel. Yeah. So introduction of teleport enemies, basically they teleport, and they can be huge trolls. Probably you're going to see them teleport right on top of me. And they actually telegraph where they're going to be, too. So it's not like a complete surprise. There's like a small flash where they're going to be, and then when you do another move, then they actually teleport to us.
This is what happens so many
Still no DDDs. Sadly. But he did take a beat.
Tanking those hits like a champ.
Same with you healing.
I'm actually shocked. I'm going to heal everyone full anyway. Alright. I expected him to move. Okay, one Snell. Usually you would boomerang here too. Usually, there's a lot. This guy's actually really hard to hit. Like if you attack with Maxim, he'll miss 100% of the time. So I'm actually not surprised that Flash is there. So we get here, come here to grab the key. Keygasm, if you will. And nothing else. There's a miracle behind that busted door, but where we're going, we don't need those. Actually, probably right. So okay, so there's that. So you can see. So yeah, there's a flash when the pumpkin's gonna. Oops. that puzzle is just, it'll teleport you in the direction you walk into. So you got the Phaser Shield. Phaser Shield increases your agility, so we're going to put it on Vic right here. And we already have the camera drill. You ready? Oh. So the Phaser Shield increases agility, and its IP attack is Fleet, which increases someone else, a target's agility, basically. So we're going to use that in a couple of battles. Yeah, we teleport right behind me. Just to get faster than bosses. Turn order is a big deal because if you go before bosses, it's nice because you can heal reactively, which obviously means you can just heal whoever needs healing. As opposed to if you're going after, you have to heal everyone and hope that they don't get one shot.
Not to mention, if you go first and you use IP, then the enemy attacks you afterwards, you can refill your IP the next turn.
That is a huge thing, which is why it's not such a big deal in the beginning, but towards the end, like we're just going to be spamming IP attacks.
No skeleton? No.
So this is the monster race. Basically, you choose a monster that you think is going to win. Yes.
Wow.
So the skeleton can teleport. Ideally, he'll teleport directly onto the switch. It's pretty good. Usually, what happens is you'll run around for about 30 seconds, and then the Medusa will come and snipe it, and then you have to start over again. Very occasionally, the zombie will win. I actually chose the zombie during one of my practice runs, and it took 45 seconds, but that guy came through, and he won that race, and it was amazing. But yeah, that's a really annoying part of RNG. You have no control over it. It can just waste all your time if it wants to. So this is the Gades 2 refight. This is a required battle. If you die, then you have to start over again.
He's a different Gades than you fought the first time, though. He has much lower attack, much lower HP. However, he has the third highest agility in the game at 400.
This is also the Sinistrals music. It is awesome. Feel free to put
Slash.
this guy. Alright, so I'm buffing up my big guys. Maxim's just straight healing this entire battle. He's even stronger. Stronger is the second level healing spell. You got strong and stronger. Makes sense. And then champion. And then Valor. Valor is strong. No!
Slash.
Yell it out as long as you can. So this guy's got 3,000 life, and I'm going to attempt to count damage, but I'm really bad at adding, so I'll probably lose track at some point.
He's been around 1,100.
10. It's not an attack pattern that you would see. Usually he would have, like, Devastation been controlled. So all the Sinistrals, they're very evil beings, so they're weak against Holy. And the Gladius that I have on Guy, the IP attack is Holy Energy, which is a Holy Element. It's also a 3 times attack IP. And I gave Decker, whoa, the crits.
Crap for no more damage.
Yeah, that damage was like the normal attack damage. Crits in this game ignore defense, which is really cool, which is why crits usually deal a lot of damage.
But sometimes you can just get a terrible roll and that happens.
So he'll die this turn. I gave Decker the Undead Ring. There are a number of rings in this game which imparts an element to your attack. Undead Ring imparts Holy Energy, the Holy Element to your attacks. By the way, it doesn't say any of this in the actual game. You can look it up and it won't say that at all. It also protects against instant death, which is really nice. We'll use that later also. But so that's why, like, Decker and Guy are doing Holy Elements, full damage, and Maxim's just chilling. That's actually the first time I've ever seen him chill every turn. He can also do a regular attack, and he has an attack called Devastation, which does a lot of damage. So again, this is a familiar trope. Oh, hey, we killed him. That guy plans 10,000 years in advance and is sinking the island that we're on after he dies and collapses the bridge, so we can't escape. So Bix got to be the hero and basically stop the island from sinking. In the process, so he's all on his own. So you have these statues. It's very simple. And you hear the other one. I don't think they actually tell you what you're supposed to do, but it's.
There's some plaques hidden around that actually tell you what you're supposed to do, but you have to detour pretty heavily for it.
Like the plaque to tell you what to do with different parts of what the actual statue is.
Don't worry, guys. It was all intended.
Manipulation.
So this is the plaque. This is easy. Basically, you have to make the two patterns match. I always casually was like, okay, we have to do all of them. So you run on all of them, and then you have to run on all of them the second time. But this have to match, so we just touch one. I did it! Oh, shocking, there's another trap. So now Big's dead. He gave his life. I never knew there was such a nice.
Alright,
Don't worry.
go get the Kingdom Hearts runners.
Don't worry, Iris is here yet again. And she saves Big's life again. Where am I? Have I been here? How did I get here? Everyone's fine. And so, the romance between Bic and Selwyn finally comes to its conclusion about 30 minutes after they met.
That's long enough.
Long enough. So Selwyn, the cutscene that you see in the very beginning, Selwyn basically tells her, Lemire or something? I don't actually know her name. That, like, tears mean a lot, don't cry.
Rip Tia.
Tia also doesn't cry, her name is like Tia. Yeah. So, basically Tia also tries not to cry. I just can't cry anymore. I have no more tears to shed. Nick's broken my heart too many times.
Got time for a few donations right here?
Yes, this
Oh,
is
yeah.
this is a 5.5 minute
Oh,
cutscene,
yeah.
so
Alright.
lost away.
Alright, we have a $5 donation from Slifen. Feral, good luck on the run. Can't watch more than a few minutes due to work. See the rest of you crazy kids during the Final Fantasy IV race. More Rage Cage next time. P.S. Lisa, get some sleep. We have a pair of anonymous donations. One is $35 and one is $20. Thank you very much for those generous donations. I'd also like to remind you that you don't have to necessarily contribute monetarily. You can also... We have several t-shirts available for purchase courtesy of the Yeti. $3 off of each t-shirt sale will go directly to the charity. We also encourage you to follow our Twitter at RPG Limit Break and help get the word out about the marathon. We also want to thank our team of artists for helping our event look awesome. Megan Roach, Carrie Fry, and LLK. Respectively, those are www.meganroach.com, www.carriefry.com, and www.jazzaboo.com. Quick update on the Level 0 bonus run, as soon as this refreshes. It is at $400 now out of $500, so we are only $100 off seeing that Level 0 run.
And all of you as well. Yeah, this is in all of your best interests.
This isn't just about me.
How long of a run is the level 0 run?
So there are a few different ways you can do it. I'm going to be doing the one that I find the most entertaining, just because the outcome is, in my opinion, the funniest. That takes about 6 minutes, and then I have some other stuff I can show off if we have time. The fastest time you can do it is, I think, like 1.5 minutes or something. It basically just warps straight to the record screen. It skips the credits all entirely. It's like, nope. So that's the fastest way you can do it. It's very anticlimactic, so I'm not going to do that. So this cutscene, Selwyn and Vic get married.
It is possible.
Yep, it is possible. So this is just a 5.5-minute cutscene of how they get married and how happy their life is, basically. And I hope you guys like this music, because we're gonna listen to this the entire time I'm doing the world's most difficult trick.
It's a good song.
If you got more donations.
It's so good.
It's still good.
We have an anonymous $15 donation. We also, if for whatever reason the level 0 bonus run doesn't appeal to you, which it should, we also have donation centers coming up for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix and Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. So you can go check those out and see if you would like to put any money towards either of those. We also have some awesome prizes that you can get by donating during this run. You can donate up to $20 or $20 or more to be entered for a Sora from Kingdom Hearts figure. That started at Secret of Immort, runs all the way through Chrono Trigger now, so it's pretty awesome. I highly recommend at least giving that a look. We also, starting from now until the end of Final Fantasy VI, $10 will enter you in a drawing to win the Demon Chocobo art.
Demon Chocobo!
And then, lastly, there's always the grand prize for the marathon, which is the banner on the wall behind the runners. That's been signed by every runner that has been here at the marathon, so very cool souvenir.
So, it's a Dura.
Steals your baby.
Steals our baby, named Gyros. So being the good parents that we are, we go off and go to save little Gyros. I'm actually going to check my equips, just to make sure. The one we care about is There's a lot of graphical.
Is that more basic?
Yes, probably. So, very easy puzzle. You just make an arrow towards which door you want to open. It's not the most difficult one in the game, but there you go.
We have to donate to see the most difficult one.
Exactly. So this is concentration. There's also, you see the spikes on the right, there's 4 of them. There's also enemies on, oops. What?
You missed it.
Oh, I just didn't step on it.
You went one step too low.
Alright, anyway. That was on purpose.
Manipulation.
Oops. So, obviously concentration, you know where anything's at, you gotta do trial and error. Every time you get something wrong, one spike goes down, and eventually you'll let loose the enemies. What you can do, though, is if you get down to one spike left, you can just reset the room. And since the tiles don't change, obviously, otherwise I couldn't have been able to get that in one failure. You can just reset the room and it resets the spikes, and basically gives you infinite attempts. But we come here, we gotta raise the ladder. There's a lot of switches all over the place. This puzzle, there's 2 dark tiles, and you have to put the pots on both dark tiles.
Those dark tiles don't change at any point. As long as you know which ones they are, you're good to go.
There's also a chest to the left. I forget what it has. I haven't gotten it in about 15 years. So if you don't get the B-Rock, B-Rocks are basically essential. We do a lot of stuff with boosting our agility to make us faster against the bosses, so we can heal, we can get IP. So we got the B-Rock through the manipulation, so we're not going to grab it, but I thought it was but if you don't get it, then you get it in this tower. It wastes 30 seconds. It's to the right. But we don't have to do that. We don't take damage, so. Blah! Oh, yes! This is actually ideal.
That's actually good.
This
She
is
has
ideal.
She has
So,
IP now.
Yeah.
Manipulation.
Yep, that was full manipulation.
Requires
Yep.
Flash, by the way.
Yeah, if Flash hadn't been there,
Just saying.
Selden might have died. Oops.
There you go. That's another Flash moment right there.
Flash coming through in the clutch. Anyways, that's very good. We do want Selden to have IP. This guy can summon companions again, like most bosses can. These guys are weak to lightning, so that's why we grabbed the Thunder Ring way back when. Yes.
Reminds me of my boy No Cash.
Flash.
With blonde hair.
So we grabbed the Thunder Ring because now we have bolts. 700?
Yes.
Yes, we totally needed that.
Fuller life, dude.
So Bolt one-shots these guys, otherwise we would have to cast Flash twice. So we want him to attack. Gives us IP, don't have to waste time killing companion. So Selen's the healer in this battle.
He has 1500 HP.
Yeah.
His agility is relatively low, though. He's only, I believe it's only 40 for this fight.
No, Flash! You almost contributed positively to this battle.
He tries so hard.
He did. I shouldn't give him such a hard time. He's just doing his best.
Are you going to let one flash?
He's gonna try. Because Flash has one of the highest gut ratings out of all the capsule monsters, so he doesn't run very often.
Sure, he hasn't run. He's just got
He's
brutally
just,
murdered.
he's just, yeah,
Oh man, you got a magic
I got a
fruit.
magic fruits.
You could feed that to him.
Feed that.
Magic fruits are, fruits in general in this game are for leveling up your capsule monsters. I might, at the end of the game, I might feed all of my unnecessary equipment to whichever capsule monster is ahead and see how high we can get them. Spoilers, it'll probably only be level 2, but because we don't have very much equipment to feed.
That was a nice bug in this version that even if they want something, they don't really want it. They lie.
Yeah. This version is bugged in a lot of strange ways. Alright, so killed Dura, we realize that there's still evil afoot. So we go off and leave our baby in the hands of Selen's capable ants. Who I don't think has a name.
Nope.
She's just the ant. Who, I mean, maybe if she had been taking care of him, he wouldn't have been kidnapped in the first place. Who knows? Now we're just jumping to Aline, and the guy and Decker meet back up with us. Because they also noticed that something is afoot. My love is my sword. I should have paused on that dialogue, dang it. Decker's got lots of great lines like that. My love is my sword. I need to keep in mind that there's some great dialogue boxes I should pause on. I imagine they will, of course. Mind ring, I'm gonna do what Almagus says not to do, because yellow.
Yeah, what does he know?
What does he know? It's not like he has a world record in this game.
Only after you inspired him to come out of retirement, so it's really like you still have a world record.
Basically, yeah, that's a good point. So there's a very strong German community for this game. By very strong, I mean they're basically the only people that play this. It's Jenya, Almagus, if only, that'd be cool. Happy Squid, Almagus, and Voltas all around this game. They're all from Germany. Handel is Canadian. He's the guy again that routed all this stuff, all the manipulation. I'm gonna go back. I actually forgot to get a long road for Selen. I was wondering why I had so much money actually. Just for safety.
Jenya plays a better game than this anyway, which almost doesn't exist except for that one.
Yeah. Alright, that's about the money I was supposed to
I
say.
need to watch the French over here. French toast.
Sid, please. Alright. Good guy Flash.
I'll see that. Come on.
Forget this.
Wow!
Hey.
Now I know what friendship means. to those
Fight
guys.
shits. Yeah. She don't have friends.
You'll know what friendship means when I get up to get food. And then bring it right here. No?
When the title character of the game doesn't even sit to watch the game. Yeah, so there's the German community and then Pandolum who routed this and also did runs. But for the most part, before I started doing it,
Nice job, Flower.
please. It mostly had died down, and then like at one point I beat Pandolum's world record by 8 seconds, and it spurred all of Germany to come back. I guess as soon as that happened, Voltis, Elmagus, and Happy all started doing
They
runs.
outbeat him.
And yeah, basically my world record was gone in a week. And the best part was Elmagus got a world record in a.
Nice.
You usually get through before they get to you, so I'm actually intrigued at the fact that they
Yo.
the 19 damage crits. What was I gonna say?
Elmagus had world record.
Elmagus had world record, and he got it in a race with Voltis, and they had invited Happy Squid to this race, and Happy Squid declined this race. You should move up, yeah. The speed, okay. Happy Squid declined the race, but then started a run of his own 40 minutes after. Elmagus got the world record in the race. Happy then finished his run and beat that world record. So Elmagus had a world record for about 40 minutes, which is just hilarious. And then Elmagus got it back because he's a god at gaming. So probably no one's surprised at that. Let's travel along. If you have any donations, you can go ahead and do that. So.
As a reminder, we are still looking to get that level 1 bonus run done. That is at $405 out of 500 now, so we are $95 off. So be sure to get those donations in as soon as you can. We have an anonymous $10 donation saying, "Please name lock as Enkimi, our French commentator for Final Fantasy VI." Thank you very much for that $10 donation. Anonymous.
This could backfire on my face, but I'm gonna do it just for the swag. See if it works.
Let's see.
These move very. Oh, I should have. These are really dangerous, actually. I could lose all my. But they also move randomly and up to 2 times. And obviously, possibly not at all. So it's hard to. I should have moved up one, and I couldn't move up one. So they're really annoying. Most of these other enemies, I know exactly where they're going to be. These guys, whatever they are, they always move towards you. Those guys reflect your movement, so they're going to move basically 90 degrees to whichever direction. Excuse me. Thank you. Whichever direction you move, they're going to move 90 degrees. So those bees are the only random elements. And usually they're on issue. They come down full force too. Fully heal. Quits. So I should be good. The bosses coming up are some of the hardest bosses, I would have to say, in the game. They're really nasty. Actually, probably should. We're gonna get this swag shot. So the Undead Ring, the IP for the Undead Ring is Perish. Definitely gonna heal. Perish has a 25% chance of auto insta-killing any enemy. If you spread it out, it's then divided throughout all the enemies. So there's a 12.5% chance.
Or enemy for it to actually go.
Yeah. So now there's a 12.5% chance. There is a 1.5% chance that I kill both of them. Hasn't happened yet. I only started doing this just for fun. Not too long ago. And I did get a Perish kill on a practice round. I think like a week ago or something.
Yo!
Perish kill. 12.5%. And then Spiderweb decreases their agility enough that Vic is now going to be faster than Lion. So I can heal whoever needs healing. That. And these guys are also weak to ice, which is why I bought ice balls. And also Blizzard. So actually, we do want Decker to have full IP.
Perfect. There you go.
Asking you shall receive. I was thinking of moving him to the front, or to the first slot. So this game does have rows. So the people on the front take more damage than the people in the back. And additionally, people in the top left, so where Guy's out right now, the person in that slot actually takes more damage than the other person in the front slot from AoE attacks. So this guy's got wow. Happy magical waifu. Flash coming through the clouds. So Scratch is an AoE attack. That deals more damage to the guy than anyone else. So since I need full IP on Decker, I was considering moving him to the front, but it ended up okay.
Breakfast is served.
That was actually a very good fight.
Type of shifts. Does the runner need anything?
I'm okay right now.
Alright.
Thank you.
Also note, Guy and Decker are standing on the railings.
There's a lot of funny
Never
stuff.
noticed that.
There's a lot of funny stuff like that. Also, like, there's very poor collision for people that are not Maxim. So if you're just kind of standing, and when you walk, you stand in a line, right? So if you're standing there and there's an NPC there, they can just move onto one of your other characters and just like chill, like basically become one with Guy or something. So the guy we just saved is Jad, and he was up there because he wanted the Phantom Tree, which is like the strongest wood in the world. So that he's a shipbuilder. He wants to build a ship. And he says it'll take a couple of days, literally a couple of days. We just stayed at the inn twice. That means that 2 days have passed, and the ship is done. Guy and Decker go off to do their own thing. They're having fun. Yeah, I don't actually. It might like the actual mechanics. It might be just like 2 transitions or something. You might just have to leave the town a couple times. So now we have the ship. We can go to 2 places. We're gonna go to Groot. This is where the Ancient Cave is. Ancient Cave is a very popular run. You can actually do it in the run. Like I could right now go to the Ancient Cave. Basically, what that is, it's a 99-floor roguelike where you go in with your party. You're level 1. You have no equipment, no spells. All you have is 10 potions, and you basically try to get to level 99. At which point you meet the Master Jelly. It's a DPS race to kill him. And there's a lot of like, every floor is randomly generated, and there's lots of chests that you can get to help you in your quest to defeat the nefarious Master Jelly. And if you kill him, or actually there's an item that lets you escape, there's blue chests that you can get, where if you get them, you can take them out. So it can be good in a casual run. It's very good because the blue chest items are also very powerful. You can get a Gatie's Blade in the blue chest, for example. And then when you leave, you keep the Gatie's Blade. And like we were saying earlier, it's a really good item. So like in a casual run, that's actually a cool thing to do, but it's not worth it in a speed run, sadly. And you saw that I bought 11 sleep balls in Gruberg. That's the whole reason we go. Sleep balls, what they do is, if you use them on an enemy who's not immune to sleep, there's a 100% chance to put him to sleep. So this is similar to the Regal Goblin where we cast Drowsy with Tia. Drowsy had a 50% chance of hitting. These are guaranteed. So we're going to use those against the next couple of bosses. Do you have any donations?
Yeah, I was gonna say. We have a $7 donation from Incorrigible BB saying, "Sorry guys, our commentators only worked in the Aqua Run. # professional commentary." That's in reference to the rather crazy character choice bidding war in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep HD.
Donate for Ventus.
As of
That's just for life.
As of right now, Aqua holds the slimmest of leads with a $657 versus Ventus's $656. And Terra is rather far behind at $35.
Ventus.
So,
Wow.
if for whatever reason the level 0 run doesn't strike your fancy, which it should, feel free to get something in on that, or any of the other awesome donation incentives for the Kingdom Hearts runs that are coming up right after this.
The only thing that will kind of make sense as far as donation incentives that's not going to level 0 is for men's. Just so everybody knows.
We do now.
Oh, and you'll get healed before you run.
Yeah! Good job, Flash.
He's been doing a great job of this.
He has.
Flash is MVP.
Alright, so this is not something you're supposed to know, but there is a wall that you can blow up on this side. And hit the switches, and it just kind of lowers it. You're supposed to hit the switches, and then, since these guys, when you walk through them, it raises those things again. So you're supposed to hit those switches and then, like, go around, but there's that explodable wall. Detonatable wall? I don't know. Sure. I'm not good at I'm not good at English or movements. But since we know it's there, we can just blow it up on the other side. Key! We also blow up this wall, or these pillars, to lower the wall, so that we can get the ice ring. Which we're then going to put on magical waifu. What the ice ring does is it boosts your ice magic, and it also gives you a little agility. But it's mostly, I mean, it's for both. Again, the next two bosses we're going to be fighting are also weak to ice. That's why I bought so many ice balls, and that's why it's so worth it to get Blizzard and that ice ring. Do it. And this is also not a glitch. We're probably going to do the same a lot. So that's a puzzle where you're supposed to, and this is Gesto, which
Unfortunately, he's not.
sadly we're not going to be able to use him
Because
because Flash is OP. Why'd I switch? I usually don't switch to the hook after that, but I guess I did that.
Just a reminder, it doesn't have to be that way. If you do want to see Capsule Monster change, that is a rolling incentive that can be changed at any time. So, the target to beat is still the $50 for Flash. I don't believe anything has been put into that since. Let me double check real quick.
I mean, I get why there aren't any because the two.
Yeah, still Flash at 50. If you want it to be Sully, $26 will do it. Fumi needs 50, and then anyone else will need a full 51 to win it.
Flash.
It would literally help anyone. So.
Hey, but you heal the most important member.
Can you fix it?
No.
you could have just attacked.
Yeah, he could have attacked.
Could have also defended.
Could have defended. So again, you know, I'm purposely gaining to these encounters for RNG manipulation and also for cheer. There you go. Yeah, so I don't have Soli or Zeppi yet. Those are, I feel, hopefully the most popular ones. Yeah, Soli defends America. How can you not get behind Soli?
But Zeppi is the bunfish.
Yeah. Sadly, we're not gonna get to see.
I'm fully expecting Germany to come support a bunfish.
Germany, I'm sure will support it. There's some national tension between those two capsule monsters. Because Soli defends America, and then Bunfish defends Germany. Just a stupid inside joke. Anyway, so we get trapped. Shockingly enough, Decker is the smart one and doesn't fall into this trap, which is actually very, very impressive considering Decker. So Adura's like, all right, you got me. I'll let everyone go. JK, Decker's an idiot and he gets retrapped. So there's actually, I think if you watch Lufia, you'll probably know about this, but Voltus is infamous for his soft locks. And it is possible to soft lock at any time in this game, but usually there's always a precursor, or usually a precursor of music being off. But he soft locked where it said the game's over here, and then the text just stopped. Which is.
World record.
Yeah, that's what he said. He was like, "The game's over. I guess I win." So here's Adura. The strat here is to fleet Vic to make him faster than Adura, and basically use those sleep balls that I bought. And we're just basically just going to keep him asleep the whole time. He has 1,500 life in this battle.
2,500 in this one.
Oh, then 35.
Yes.
I was thinking 15 and 35. Or 15 and 25. Alright, sleep ball, like I said, he's not immune, so it's 100%.
Yo!
Yes.
Anytime you attack him, there's like a 30% or something chance that he wakes up. So we're just using magic attacks basically, and it'll keep him asleep. They also have a chance to wake up at the beginning of any turn. So he's awake now, so I have to put him to sleep again.
No, magical attacks are not supposed to wake them up. However, we found out on his first day here that they do somehow.
Yeah, I put the Regal Goblin to sleep, and then used only magic, and then he woke up somehow.
And took his turn on the same action he was put to sleep.
Yeah, it was really odd. So you can tell when they're asleep, because when they're asleep, the sprite moves straight up and down. Adura just doesn't move at all, so it's really obvious. Other enemies kind of move in like a circular fashion, so then you have to really look to make sure he's only going up and down. And if he's still asleep, you can skip the sleep ball, just to save sleep time, animation time.
We have a $25 donation from Dan God of Thunder. This is my favorite console game of all time. I know this run, but I've never had the time, patience, or skill to learn a full speedrun, or to put a full speedrun together. Props to FPM and all the Lufia 2 runners. This is going towards the level 0 glitch.
Nice.
So, as a reminder, we still have the level 0 bonus run. Has not been met yet, but it is getting even closer now. It is at $440 out of that $500.
60 more.
Nice.
Nice.
Make it happen, people.
Let's see. There's probably about an hour and 45 left in the round, I think. So there's still time to get that in.
Yes. I think everybody wants some.
It's okay, man.
As long as there's still hash browns there.
As long as there's still some.
Were there hash browns?
No. Dang it.
I thought that said he was going to make hash browns.
There might be still, I don't know.
Alright. So this is Karloon North Shrine. Turns out when we killed Adura, we didn't kill Adura. Again. So...
He's really good at running away.
Yeah. So now he's here. We discover that he's here, and so we were coming here to stop him for the third time. This dungeon is Karloon North Shrine. I'm sure you can guess the name of the town that I skipped. And so here is a very important item. It's actually very good for Ancient Cave. This is the Decker Blade. Decker Blade is super OP. The IP is Deadly Blow, which it costs all of his IP, but it deals 50% of the enemy's remaining life, roughly. It's affected by Grow. You deal more damage with it when you're in the front. You can buff him to increase his attack power and deal more damage. And it also has a damage range, so you can deal more than half. Usually, he'll deal around 2,000 to Adura, and Adura has 3,500, so that is slightly more than half. So, so the whole reason we wanted Decker to have full IP after that lion fight was because we put Adura to sleep, and he's really not going to damage us and give us IP.
He's trying.
He's gonna teleport. I can keep him standing there. Okay. So I'll heal him and save just because very fun. So it's awesome. Using Fatal Blow is amazing. No, he's dead. I said Deadly Blow last time.
He said Deadly Blow.
It's Fatal Blow.
I was expecting to say Deadly Smash.
Alright, so we buff Decker, Fatal Blow, buff Maximum Speed, so we can do this. So, Endura 3 has a number of attacks he can do. He can summon companions, he can do Endura Thunder, which is a special thing. He can do Plasma Blaster, or he can attack everyone. Wow. He can attack everyone.
21 anyway, with no buffs.
Holy moly.
Oh man.
That was like one of the best damage rolls he could have gotten.
Where's my... That is really good. I've gone like 2000s with buffs. Did Flash's attack just not do anything?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I
It did
thought...
no damage, but it didn't miss.
I thought I was tripping.
Alright. Alright. Alright, that's how I missed that. Oh yeah, so Endura's attack that hits everyone has a chance to confuse. Which you saw there, guy got confused. I've had it happen where everyone but Maxim gets confused. And then like people just start people just start attacking each other and it's like it's a nightmare. Luckily Maxim was the best person to get confused because he's faster, so I just put Endura to sleep and then use streaks and then it went back.
Good job checking for the door with your hook first.
There might have been enemies on the other side. You can stun enemies through doors, which is what I was trying to do. I was trying to stun Iris, but sadly it didn't work.
Yeah. I want to make sure she wasn't something dangerous.
Exactly.
As
So-
usual.
So I do mash A and L for attacks because both of them work, and L also uses this tool, so that's why that happens. I'm still mashing when it ends and I use the tool. But we try to escape, and again, like bad guys in this game do, Endura set a trap for one of the guys, which was basically there's something. Oops, almost not right. There's something blocking the spell exit or escape on the other side. So we try to use escape, we can't. And we figure, okay, he must have something blocking the spell, so let's go destroy it. So we go down here, and here's the orb, aforementioned orb. And this is the part where DD was talking about, where
Yeah.
this cutscene just wreaks havoc on RNG. Like
Not quite yet, but it will in just a moment here.
yeah. Oh hey, he's still not dead. So
Right here.
yeah, all these explosions.
Every one of these, I believe, every time the screen shakes, it's calling the RNG to determine which direction it's going to move. The explosions call the RNG. It wouldn't be a problem if all the text boxes were relatively long, but there's a couple of short ones in there that you only have a couple of frames to hit correctly.
So, R.I.P. Decker, I guess.
Along with his blade. He
Oh,
died
I
with-
took off his blade.
You didn't even let him die with his love.
I did not give him the dignity of dying with his love. His love is his sword. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Real quick, we have a $10 donation from Grimora saying, "Let's see that bonus run. Feral face, no space." That puts us at $450 for the level 0 bonus run.
Nice. Nice.
So we are $50 away from that.
Thanks for more.
Alright.
Actually, I stand corrected. We now have that has been reached.
Nice. That's a really fun run. Look forward to showing off the wackiness.
There we go. We have an anonymous $50 donation. I didn't think my favorite RPG of all time was going to make it into a marathon, but my dreams have been realized. Best of luck on the rest of this great run, and thank you for what you're all doing. $50 to the level 0 run. Praise-based Flash.
Flash putting in work.
Yeah.
Feral was the hero we all needed until Flash came along.
Now flashes are all over.
Oh yeah.
So in the wake of Decker's untimely death, we're just going to replace him with this quote-unquote genius.
Yeah, he's a
I
genius.
must say, I've heard he's a genius.
I have as well.
He
You're
just
gonna hear
made-
it about 5 times.
He just made this propeller thing explode. That's gotta count for something.
It does.
And he also has a chymograph.
Yeah, chemographs are.
They're
common.
But he has a cool engine, and the whole reason. So we had that ship that Jad built us, but we can only go to those 2 places based on like tides and wind and all that stuff. But luckily now that we have the engine, the engine just exploded, but he's gonna fix it. And once we get the engine, we'll be able to sail around in our ship wherever we want. So we're gonna try to get his engine. Thick isn't crazy. I disagree. See, I'm pretty sure it's... Are you joking? Wait, are you sure about that? Yes, I'm a genius.
Confirm.
I think he says it, yeah, it's mentioned numerous times in this run. So now we gotta go talk to Jad again, because his ship the current ship isn't strong enough, or big enough or something. I'm not exactly sure. But we gotta talk to him, he's gotta make another ship. So we warp back here.
So, as a reminder, the Capsule Monster is a rolling incentive for this run. It can be changed at any point. Flash is in the lead with 50, still.
Please, please, help me.
Flash is helping you.
I'm still waiting for the German community to jump in here.
Sully is right behind there with 25, and Fumi is still there with his $1. If changing Flash out doesn't seem to suit your fancy at all, we do have a lot of very good incentives coming up for the Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix run. We have a series of super bosses, the Absent Silhouettes. For every $100 that is raised towards that, we will add a new silhouette to that run, so I've seen these are actually very awesome fights. We also have a Fight Sephiroth Level 1 critical incentive. That is at $258 out of 500. If that is met, there will also be an incentive for a Level 1 critical Terra fight. We also have the Birth by Sleep HD character bidding war, which...
Ventus!
Team Ventus!
Stand with Ventus.
It's still at the $657 for Team Aqua and $656 for Team Ventus.
Use Ventus.
The runner really wants to do the Ventus route.
He does.
Yes.
Yeah, you
No,
really
no,
don't want the runner to have a bad time.
Exactly.
So, Ventus.
You gotta give them and the community what they want, which is, I hear Ventus.
There are also other ways to contribute. If direct donation doesn't suit your fancy, we also have t-shirts that are made by the Yeti. For every t-shirt sold, $3 will go directly to the charity. You can check them out at www.theyeti.com/RPG Limit Break. There are 8 designs, all of them are pretty awesome.
They are. So we get the hammer. Hammer has shorter range than the hook, but it's useful because it basically breaks down walls instantly. You don't have to wait for the bomb to explode. And also breaks these things open.
It pushes stuff back, right?
And it pushes things back, yeah, which you're going to see on this screen. So good call on that one.
Yeah. Expert commentary right here.
This guy knows a lot about the game. He is.
True.
These are the adventures of Big. Alright, this room can be really annoying. I'm gonna heal. Those guys to my right move randomly, and
They might just stand there.
they might just stand there. They might have ran right into me and killed all my guys and wasted my IP. So character deaths in this only really matter. I'm actually going to step on the ceiling tile again. Doubly fully heal myself. I got him first. He literally teleported on me. So I'm grabbing the Burn Sword. Burn Sword is another fire-based weapon. Because the boss coming up is also weak against fire. This wasn't intentional. Wow! It is possible. This is the first time I've ever not run away immediately. Every other time I've run away.
So, you're going to want to change that Capsule Monster.
Oh yeah!
Oh no.
It's not Sully, is it?
Oh, no, never mind. Sully got more money. Sully is in the lead now with $70.
Wow.
I'm gonna pick him up in just a second, so I'll be able to switch to him.
On a related note, we have a $30 donation from James146. Radish Kick! Thank you very much for that generous donation.
Alright. Sully is a radish. One of his attacks is radish kick. Nice. So we're gonna pick him up right now. He's also infamous for defending.
Defends America.
He does defend America. I expect to see lots of Sully defends in chat once he does it in the next upcoming battle.
We're already seeing it.
This is an
There
acceptable
he is.
change.
The radish we all needed.
Flash already.
Out of curiosity, how much does Sully run away?
I don't know. He usually defends, and then it's probably, from my experience, it's like 60% defending, maybe like 10% or 20% each to run away or actually attack. That's probably not the actual numbers, but he defends a lot. And then he runs away not so much, which is cool, because then he sticks around to defend more. Alright, made it through that gauntlet. Alright, so some equipment changes, I think. Alright, so this is the road flower. This one's- He's also susceptible to sleep because I'm sure flowers need sleep some days also.
He's also very slow.
Wow, that crit. This guy has he's so sleepy. This guy's 2,500 life. So that crit was
Yo, Sully, dude.
wow. He's dishing out the damage.
He is.
It's just all big defending this slash.
I don't even know.
Come on, at least give us one, Sully. Wow, why are you awake? Alright. Don't worry about it. Boom! Yo, with the kill! Sully with the kill.
By the way, he has 3,000 life, not 2,000.
So I'm not quite sure why I woke up there. I did sleep and was selling, right?
You did. He was fully asleep. And then Guy went and smacked him awake.
Oh, I thought he attacked the floor guy.
They might have had close enough to even speed that it shows to have Guy go first for that round.
Okay, so someone just lost all her edge. Oh yes, I don't know if I finished this thought, but characters dying don't. I think I did, but I'll say that. Characters dying don't matter so much in that. I mean, obviously, like someone getting IP or XP is nice because she'll need the agility later. But it's more an issue of when you die, you lose all your IP. And the way you kill most of these bosses is with really overpowered IP attacks. But it's fine. As long as Maxim and Guy have their MP, we'll be fine. That was surprising.
We have a $15 donation from Almegas. Hey there, Feral. I'm glad you didn't forget how to do the puzzle in the Treasure Sword Shrine. Wait! Anyway, don't forget to not buy the Platy-Band. Don't
you're
do it.
buying that.
I'm warning you.
I'm buying that.
Here is $15 to defend America.
Wow! I would not have expected Almagus to donate for something.
It's because he doesn't know Flash is for real.
I know they want the buttfish though.
Thank you, Elmagus.
Oh my god.
America appreciates it.
I just want to make sure I wasn't forgetting any capsule monsters. So, getting off and back onto the ship also resets the steps, just like Manuing does, but it's a little faster than Manuing. So, when you see me getting close to lands, that's what I'm going to do. It looks like, that guy usually walks in the guy. He can walk left and just stand in this spot. So, for this part, basically, there's two kingdoms, Dankirk and Aurelia, or Auralia. Oops, I'm not out of the castle yet. And Aurelio is basically as like a peace treaty. They're giving Dan Kirk this prized possession called the Ruby Icon. The Ruby Icon. However, the Ruby Icon gets stolen while they're at the castle.
In the 5 seconds you weren't looking at it.
We were there for long, but I started. Those guys really wanted that Ruby Icon. So having the good memory that we do, and being friends with Jaffe like we are, Jaffe is a master of glasswork. So we get him to make the Ruby Icon. It turns out his teacher actually made the original Ruby Icon. So we get him to make a fake, basically to bide time until we can get the real Ruby Icon. So we get that, and basically go back to Dankirk. Hopefully that attendant doesn't walk into Guy.
Real quick, we have a pair of donations. We have a $5 donation from Kantala saying, "Simply amazing."
Simply amazing.
We also have a $200 donation from Huexel.
Hey!
Put this towards naming level 1 Sephiroth / Terra on rafts. Thank you very much for that generous donation, Huexel, and thank you for helping to organize an awesome event.
Absolutely. So does that mean the
My last refresh said no. We are still looking at those. Let me get an update on those. The
No. Did I hear the word torrents in there? It's towers.
oh,
Please,
this towers.
Please read it again. Please, the whole thing again.
Okay.
Read it again.
Let me retry this. We have a $200 donation from Huexel saying, "Put this towers naming level 1 Sephiroth / Terra on period rafters."
Rafters.
That's better.
yes. Shout out to Magus.
Oh, rafters.
He's probably face palming at home.
I'm surprised that it went so long without a reference to that. Or I might have just missed any other donations.
What? Nice. Get a little lifting in. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, Maxim needs, Vic needs to work out a bit, so.
I do. It's been like a week.
This is probably one of the more irritating dungeons in the game.
This is my least favorite dungeon. I hate it, so.
It's long. It's your first introduction to ninjas. You'll see why those are awful in a very short time.
This might make you feel better,
No, it doesn't. I didn't even hit that switch. I'm pretty sure I know what's going on there.
You might want to check that capsule once it's...
Oh. Alright.
Don't do it. No! I meant to go down first.
You're going to want to switch out that capsule monster again, by the way.
Alright, I will.
Flash just took the narrowest of leads. He's now at $71. If you miss your radish, he is still at 70. And Fumi is now trailing behind with 1.
Yeah, stand with Fumi, guys. Come on.
Make 71 people to donate $1 towards food.
On a unrelated note, we have a $21 donation from Kawahi
Completely unrelated, I'm sure. I'm sure this has nothing to do
saying,
with
"Flash your MVP." Thank you very much for that generous donation.
Excuse me, Kobahi, I would just like to mention that while you're on stream, it's very rude to be using your phone. Yeah.
I was only doing it
got
for
my eye on you.
I was doing it to donate.
But did you show it on stream? Was it off camera?
There you go.
Look, you should be interested in that.
Yes,
You should be
thank
watching
you.
Flash.
I'm trying to. I had to get him back on screen.
You should take it. You should take a. Oh, you should take an example from that Village Inn guy who managed to donate without anyone knowing.
Never.
We're not quite at the ninjas yet, but it's getting close enough to make me nervous already. Given my luck with dodgy monsters and running right into walls, it should be a good time. There are some eyes hidden behind these that we have to shoot with arrows because we're jerks.
What else can you do with eyes?
You can shoot it with any pointy thing. Sadly, you can't shoot it with a hammer. Although if someone hit me in the eye with a hammer, I'd probably close my eyes also. Because then it would be easier because we had the hammer out. But since we can't do that, it forces us to change. So there are 4 switches hidden around the dungeon that each lower a row of needles that we need to get rid of so we can progress in the dungeon. And here's the 4th one. I'm sure this crowd's going to Okay, so now we're getting into the ninjas. These guys are really nasty. As you can see, they move two tiles for every 1 step that I take, and they're really fast in combat. And we can explain why they're even worse if I ever get into the encounter with them, which hopefully I won't. So we got the Figaro. Lexus, his wrenches actually have an AoE attack. So we're going to use that against these shadow creatures. These are forced encounters. Might be able to kill one turn. Oh, I only need a guy attack, of course. So we're going to keep those guys stunned as much as possible. They're really fast. At this point, they're actually assassins. They're really fast, and they have an attack called Terminal Blow, which has an 80% chance to kill whoever it hits. Later on, there's going to be actual ninjas, which use the same sprites, but they're also fast. They have an attack called Guillotine, which I think has a 60% chance. But that's kind of rare. A lot of times, they can attack twice. They'll attack physically twice. Or they'll use a move called Knife Thrower. That is not what you want to see. It ignores defense, and if 2 of them use it, you're probably going to die. Your entire party. It's going to be an entire party life. And there's a dungeon with 3 of those in them, so I'm always you have to be very careful when you're in that dungeon, so that you don't get face stomped by ninjas. These lizard guys are also actually very dangerous, so you have to stun them. If they attack you, probably someone in your party is gonna. I swear we've got the way. Well, sadly, this means I think I'm gonna have to. So Lexus, like you see, it's an AoE attack. He can kill shadows in the front row in 2 hits. In the back row, it's not enough damage, so you have to attack with Guy as well. This will kill. So, in theory, every one of these shadow battles is optional. If you manage to get, because there are all these parts where the shadows can go where you can stun that guy. So
that last one's the hard one. You move farther to the left right at the beginning, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
That's why I always stun him when he's on the right side. And usually I don't have to fight that guy. Make sure we don't get hit by this guy at the right before the boss fight, and we're going. So now you're going to see why hopefully we'll soon have, Happy Squid 89 will soon have a sell an emote that says magical waifu. She's the magical wife. She doesn't like it, but happy magical wife. Alright, so these guys are really immobilized. These guys are really fast and they can hit hard. We do immobilize, which is the B-Rock's activity. It has a chance to stun every enemy, which apparently didn't. Alright, it's stunned one. Ideally, we should be able to kill them in one hit. This is again why Lexus is so good for this battle. Alright. Because he attacks everyone, and Firestorm also attacks everyone. Without Lexus, that would be really not a fun fight. Not a fun fight. So this is the guy that stole the rupee icon, as you see. He was like one of the attendants or something. Or something.
I think he was a prince.
Is he a prince?
I think he's the prince.
Even worse. So keep in mind those guys, by the way. They're part of Gratz Kingdom, although that's not really what it's called in this game. But so we help and what do you do?
So an update on that capsule monster bidding war.
Yes.
We now have Sully back in the lead with $75. Flash is still just behind at 71, and Fumi's still hanging in there with his $1.
Alright.
We have a $5 donation from Happy Squid. Hey guys,
Happy!
gotta snipe that bidding war for Sully again. Let's defend America together. Good job, Feral, on the manipulation of the dress code. You kind of failed your favorite puzzle. Again. But that's why we love you. Keep it up.
Team Ultras Boogie!
Yeah, Ultras Boogie! I'm surprised by all the Germans voting for Sully. But again, I don't have Zeppi yet, so.
They're coming out to defend America.
Oops.
We appreciate that.
So, there's not really, I don't really know why we come here, to be honest. Like, plot-wise. We do talk to one of my favorite NPCs. His name is Hans. I skipped it because I thought it was the next one. Very, very great name. He's just some random dude. that wants to get that basically is trying to go to the Northeast Tower. Surprise! It's actually northeast of this town. He's basically in love with the princess, and there's a certain stone in the tower that the princess wants retrieved. So actually, So I do know why he's going there. It's because a different prince who's basically seeking the princess's hand in marriage wants to get the stone for her to basically curry her favor. But since he's a prince and doesn't want to do anything on his own, he makes Hans go do it. But Hans is also in love with the princess, so he would do it anyway for her, even if the prince is not a nice guy. So this is the tower with the ninjas. So I'm going to trying to be very careful with any room with ninjas in them. And you can actually get assassins on the world map in this area, which is
Equally bad.
yeah, which is really messed up. So I'll probably be menuing a little more just because you don't want to get terminal ordered. So here's the first ninja. These guys stay stunned for like 5 steps, but
Note that the samurais are really not that much better than the ninjas.
yeah, the samurais are also this whole tower. Really is,
See, I want to know how Hans got all the way up here.
yeah, right. He out ninja'd the ninjas. Key! So it's faster to exit there than it is to actually walk down the tower again. And also, if you walk down the tower again, you would have to deal with the ninjas again. And again, we want to minimize that as much as possible. So in this next puzzle, I'm going to grab an item that we don't actually grab in RTAs. Well, most people don't grab them. One also German runner that I forgot to mention, named Veeman, does grab this. It's the Misto Jewel. He grabs this so that basically in one of the upcoming boss battles, it's really bad, and this allows us to have 3 people, guarantees 3 people are faster, which is really key. Normally you don't get it just because it's not worth the time. You can just risk it and hope that 2 people faster is enough to deal with them. But grab it for marathon safety. So now that we're at the top of the tower, we meet Ammon, or Amon, however you want to pronounce it. He's another, he must be Nick. He's another one of the Sinistrals, the Master of Chaos, which is, Gades was also a Sinistral, he was the Master of Destruction.
But he has no interest in fighting us, he's just satisfied with throwing a guy against the wall.
Yeah, he's not interested in small fries like us. But luckily we made it to the top of the tower and we find this blue stone. I'm glad we managed to find this blue stone. Yes, yes. You might not know, but that is blue. So we get here and Hans grabs it and then books it and somehow gets past all the monsters again.
And beats us back to the castle even though we warped 4 times.
Yeah. Oops. The guy's he's a quick on his feet.
He knows how to click through walls. Apparently.
And
Apparently.
stairs and floors.
So the prince obviously thinks that this is not the stone that the princess wants, so he just gives her a big rock. But she's just like, no, that's not it. So here's the history behind them, why they're, all that stuff. He gave her that stone, and she loves him so much that she left it on top of the tower, I guess.
Great place to leave stuff.
That's all the ninjas say.
Yeah, she told all the and then, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe these 2 should go take on the Sinistrals. Go back to taking care of our kid.
So coming up here is actually really funny. A guy's gonna run through the door, but he's gonna run through backwards. And then turn around when he sees that he's just backed into us. So yeah, basically he's another messenger saying that, Agurio, this other town, just got obliterated by a big dude. This big dude is Ammon, the guy that just ran away. Apparently we weren't enough for him, so he left and destroyed a village.
We have time for a few quick donations.
Yeah.
We have a $5 anonymous donation saying, DDDJ Young Nick. Thank you very much. We
What's
also
up, Derek? Thanks. He's my coworker.
We also have a $1 donation from Toaster Dogi Drive-By. Meta was delicious. I got in touch with Douse. You're next, FeralPigMan. Not even Flash can save you. Mwah-ha-ha-ha-ha.
That's not going towards Flash, is it?
I don't believe it is.
Sorry.
Flash still has a $4 lead last I checked.
Or
So.
Sully does.
Or, yeah, Sully does.
Awesome.
Names are a little bit confusing to someone that hasn't played the game.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, Sully is, for the Capsule Monster rolling incentive, Sully is still in the lead with $75, and Flash is right behind with $71. And Fumi's still there with his $1.
Fumi staying strong.
Never give up.
Consistent.
I just want to donate $1 to the other monsters, so you have to rate them down every time.
thinks my name is a very a very appropriate name for a DJ.
I agree. I'm gonna petition a Twitch name change for you. DJ Young FPM.
DJ Young FPM. So we're just stopping in trouble here really quick. We're gonna grab some Terra balls.
Okay, actually, we have another update on the capsule monster. You're gonna want to put Fubi in there.
Yes.
We have an anonymous $75 donation. Hashtag 2Fubi. Thank you very much for that generous donation.
Man, the woman.
Well played. Well played.
Anonymous donor.
Oh man.
That is amazing. All right, we got Fumi possibly for the next boss. So this is a. This is a lab for one of Mux's friends, and they're basically going to turn our ship into a submarine because no RPG is good without either an airship or a submarine. So they're gonna not retrofit it. They're gonna fit it as a submarine. Unfortunately, there's this little child. He steals the plans and gives us kind of jukes. So we have to go get the plans because they're not genius enough to remember all the plans.
They went down once and forgot.
It has to be an elf. No, you just thought you saw an elf. You had pointy ears. It was an elf.
It might have been a Vulcan.
Might have been. So I hate this safety save because you have to go out of your way to do it. But this next boss is very dangerous, and even with the Misto Jewel, which will help my guys go faster. And Fumi, and I have Fumi. Sorry, I forgot. it can still be dangerous, so I don't want to die here. And then it's okay. I'm not going to die here because I just manipulated everything.
Remember, this is the mountain of no return.
Yeah, it's very apple. See, that's not what I do. This is what I do. That's not what I did.
Oh my god.
Wait. Ah. I thought something was weird there. Alright. Don't worry, I will remember how I do this puzzle eventually. That's not gonna work. This gives you guys great confidence in the world's most difficult trick, doesn't it? We did it!
Putting on a show for our Moon Bros here.
Exactly. I'm giving us Lufia 2 runners a good name. Okay. There is another one of those puzzles that's actually harder than that one that I just messed up 3 times. But it's actually not that bad. The issue is if you want that chest in the center, it can be very difficult to get. Basically, you cannot cross. You can't basically pass the horse's gate, so you need to block them. And it can be tricky to get that chest in the center, just because there's just so many. Now let's do this. So the gargoyles are very dangerous. They have lots of resistances and can dish out the damage. So what we opt to do is use Terror Balls, which have a 50% chance of auto-killing, or insta-killing. So the strat is literally just throw Terror Balls at these guys and hope they die.
2.
And hope they don't miss. Oh, so... Alright, we got 1. I think that was the guy who already attacked me. No, Alexis.
Bye, Alexis.
Why?
3.
Okay. Fumi punch. So Selin is apparently at a roughly an agility time for these guys, even with the Misto Jewel, just because she died.
Oh.
isn't that bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Okay. So that's 4 out of 7, so that's slightly above 50%. This can go very bad. I bought 20 terror balls because you really don't want
He
it to
has
go.
actually used most of those at least once.
It can go very, very poorly, and just like constant misses. Because usually you only have 2 people faster. If those both miss and all 4 gargoyles go first, then you're probably gonna lose 1, if not 2 people. If you get lucky and they spread out the damage, then you got really lucky. But it can go bad really fast.
And Lexus just kind of takes off on his own. I'm sure he'll be fine.
He'll be fine. He's a genius.
He's a genius. He's actually the best spellcaster in the game. In theory.
So this is our last playable character, Artia, or Artie.
Artia.
All the L's call him Artia, as you see. Oh, Maxon calls him Artia there. But in the menu and in battle, he's Artie. He even says Artia joins the party. But you go in here and he's Artie. So of course the first thing you do when you get a new character is you take off all stuff and sell it.
Of course.
So there's a little shopping we have to do. I'm going to sell, sadly, the Decker Blade. Everything pieces. And then all of Artie's stuff, because it's very valuable. And it's very valuable, and you don't really need it. I don't think they have IP attacks. I might be wrong.
I think the shield he has Battle Lust on it.
Okay.
That's the only thing I'm worth that he comes with.
We already have 2 shields with Battle Lust, so it's kind of whatever at that point. And it's worth a lot. And the route I'm doing, because we're doing the world's most difficult trick, this allows me to skip another item. And I got both mirror drops that I'll be able to sell later also for more money, so I'm not as cash poor as you normally would be, but it's nice to sell them anyway. And this will give me enough money to buy the Platy Band that Omagus doesn't want me to buy. I could even buy 2. I could buy 2. I won't, probably. I might buy 0, but I'm not. And then guy's gonna get bit, and I'm gonna laugh, and Omagus when he survives. More likely, he's gonna die, and then Omagus is gonna laugh at me. It's okay. It only takes like maybe a second to buy the item, so. And I've got plenty of money, so I'm not stressing. So we come here to get the rocket ring. It's a ring that adds 20 agility. It's another item that Dragon Dark does not like.
It's actually 40 agility on the rocket ring.
Oh yeah, I always think it's 10 and 20, but it's 20 and 40. I always forget. So yeah,
the rocket ring would be a really good pickup if it just didn't take so. If you could just walk back up the stairs, but you have to go through this entire section.
You can't walk up this.
Wow.
Literally never happened before. You can't walk up the stairs because those spikes go up, so you can't just go up. You have to go around again. Okay.
Well deserved it.
Let's hit that wall. So the whole point where we came here is because Artie's mom, basically Ammon went to attack the elves, and Artie's mom Karen leads him away to the Divine Shrine. Ammon doesn't know why, but the real reason is because Karen is very, very strong when she's in the Divine Shrine. So she wants to be here because this is the best chance she has of facing him. And so we came here because Artie is worried about his mom, understandably. Alright, is medicine here? It is. So Meta, my split name for this segment is You Feel Stronger. In honor of
I
you.
flex approve of this name.
after this cutscene, you actually there's this tile you step on and it just raises all your stats.
Oh, okay, I remember that one.
Yeah. So Aemon's like, yo, I'm gonna face you down. I'm a big bad Sinistral, and then Karen, since she's in the Divine Shrine, she's able to actually these rings are like how much power they have, I guess. But unfortunately, in doing so, she has to give her life to defeat Aemon. And so this is kind of where the Ikari points come in. It's like anger points. They didn't translate it as such, but Ari's really mad that his mom died. So basically this means that his IP bar just gets completely filled after this cutscene. And this happens again in one of the future cutscenes. I'll probably point it out there as well. So here you go. You feel stronger? And we leave. So we go back to Portravia. Like after we beat the gargoyles, Lexus came back here because we got the plans back and also the elves. The reason the elf girl stole them in the first place was because this lab was dumping lots of gunk into the piers into the ocean. So they fixed that, and then they fit our boats to be a submarine. And so now we're gonna go get Germany's hero.
Aw, yeah.
For whom they have not actually been donating. But we'll get him, and pay attention to the name of this cave I'm about to enter. It kind of shows off some of the naming issues that this version has. It's at the top right there. So redfish.
I have a donation I'd like to read. It's a $1 donation from Sheared Fumi the Naked Mole Rat. Fumi, FeralPigMan 2015, keeping the dream alive. That's KEY-PING, in case you didn't catch the pun.
It's a good one, good pun. I like it. We're gonna get another key very shortly. So, Sheared Fumi. Oh man. Okay, so now we have. That could have been bad. I should have taken that safer. This guy, that teleporter always stays up at the top for some reason. So now we have all the capsule monsters but Darby.
Darby ran away.
He did. We're gonna get him in a couple of bosses. Key! I never stunned that guy because he almost. I don't think he can even get him. But you know, these guys, these help.
Go on.
These guys, man. So those teleporters, it's more so I think the second guy that I managed to stun. But if you get into encounter with them, they have I forget what the ability is called, but it's a spell that can auto kill, insta-kill whatever party member it hits.
I think it's called Blue. It might be something else.
I forget. I've gotten hit by it a lot because I constantly get teleported on. So you don't want to get into encounter with them because we really want IP. Sell them in the battle. Wait, did sell them back? We'll find out. We really want.
No, Lexus died.
Oh, Lexus died. Okay, that's fine. Okay. The next boss we want IP on Guy, Selen, and Art and Maxim, because we're basically going to be using IP attacks to brutal effect. So I put on the Tough Hide, and I made sure that someone had the Evening Gown. Tough Hide has Re-Energize, and Evening Gown has... Wow. I've never trapped him. Usually he moves way over to the left. Evening Gown has Sacred Song. Both of these are healing IPs. Luckily, you can actually target enemies with these healing IPs. So we're going to do that. This next boss is the Venge Ghost. I like to call him Patrick Swayze. He is undead. So, of course, as with all games, undead enemies can be healed. So we're going to use all our healing IPs and then cast Valor. This boss does have an ability that can kill, that can one-shot, and one-shot us, called Doomcry. The Undead Ring, like I mentioned earlier, someone might die, which should be okay. Alright, so you can one-shot this guy unless one of your party members dies. So there he goes. So Doomcry can't instantly kill enemy or your party members. We give Selin the Undead Ring so she cannot die. And Almagus actually has a really hilarious video on YouTube where everyone dies except for Selin. She's the only one who survives. And because she had the Undead Ring, presumably. So I'm grabbing the Cursed Bow, which I really don't need because, like I said, I'm not going to be too strapped for cash. But we just grab it because it sells for, I think, like...
25k.
I was going to say 20 or 30, so it's in the middle there. Then we come to Barnum, and here's Iris. This girl, this chick just won't leave us alone. But right now she's, I guess, kind of trying to drive a wedge in between Max and Selin. So she wants us to go to the Tower of Truth because there's this mirror where if we look into it, then and like the person we're with is the person we trust the most or some such. Then our images will appear in the mirror. Take that on So she wants us to go to Tower of Truth. We're going to make a short detour first. We're going to go to Chad, or Chade, I'm not really sure how you pronounce it. And just get some basically equipment that we can use. If there's any donation comments, we can do that.
I was going to go ahead and remind everybody that although all the bonus runs for this run have been met, we still do have the Capsule Monster bidding war going on. It's incredibly tight at the moment still. Boomy is still in the lead with $77. Sully is right behind with $75. And Flash is there with $71. Nobody else has any.
Get in there, Roth, make him read more.
If we, if maybe you like Fumi and he's in the lead right now, that's fine. We also have a lot of very awesome Kingdom Hearts incentives that are available. We have the Fight Absent Silhouettes. For every $100 that are raised towards this incentive, we'll add another one of these silhouettes to the run. We also have the incentive to have them fight Sephiroth at level 1 critical. We also have the hypest bidding war of the marathon so far. We have the Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep HD character choice. We still have Aqua with the slimmest of leads at $657. Juventus is $656.
Stand with Ventus.
Team Ventus.
I'm really getting into more encounters so I can donate more to Ventus. That's why I'm getting so many encounters. Don't leave me alone. Anyway, sorry.
As a reminder, if you're just now tuning into the stream, we are RPG Limit Break. We are a group of speedrunners from the United States, Canada, and Australia working together to raise money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information on what NAMI does, go ahead and visit www.nami.org.
Only the highest quality of run for you guys. I just went to the wrong place.
Oh, okay.
Feral 4-5.
You know it. is one of the worst rooms in the round, just because there's so many enemies, and you have to come to the corner and grab these items. Song Rock is just a cell. The Ghost Ring increases magic resistance, and it might have another added effect that I'm not sure about. Ghost Clothes gives good defense and prevents confusion.
It's not working out for you.
It does not. This guy's gonna, I think, deflect up. Deflect right because of the other two. Ugh. I hate this room so much. You can see why. It might be best to just shove myself there. Bam!
Yo.
Nice.
That room is awful.
Sometimes I'll just, if it gets that nasty, I'll just reset and start from the beginning. But it's annoying because Sly Foxes, those, the one like where I kept stunning the guy, the one that just kept going up and down, basically. Those have the tendency to move away from you, but they don't necessarily always move away from you. And they can deal a lot of damage. And I think they can either attack twice or thunder, although that might be a different form of them. But they're not something I want to get into counter with. And in the past I have risked it and just kind of hoped that they would move away. Hope that they would move away from me, but it's not really a safe thing to do. So, and these green guys that just kind of go until they hit something and then change directions, they're also really bad. I think you usually outspeed them, so you have to get through. On the way back, it's usually not bad. If they usually don't outspeed you, but they have an ability called Nail Splash that hits all of the guys in the party. And there's the only mimic in the game, in the main game. Unless you go on to the actual game.
Mimic never forget.
I have actually run into that mimic. He doesn't move, but I have run into him. Just add it to the list of smart things I've done in this game. Luckily, it's always a surprise attack, since he's facing the other way. Actually, he's fast as So this next boss coming up is 3 white dragons. They have really strong spells that, I mean, they'll probably wreck your face. But luckily, their AI is such that when they get low enough in life, they'll just cast stronger on themselves. So the whole strat for this, so this is the mirror, blah 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 plot. The strat is we gave Artie the B-Rock and the Rocket Ring to make him faster than the dragons. So we're going to use a Dragon Tooth with him, which is the beefed up Boomerangs. And also deal more damage to dragons. Or maybe even just offline, so I'm not sure. With Artie, so that'll bring him down low enough that they're just going to stronger, and someone will take him out. I think they have 600 life. I wanna say. 700. Hard boss fight. And a holy fruit. I think that's for Fumi just got all the.
Fumi getting in there.
Fumi got all the. I was wondering, like, why is this screen still scrolling? So yeah, in case you missed it, when the dragons came in and they backed up, you did see their reflection in the mirror.
I'd like to know how those dragons fit through that door.
That's a good question. And Iris was shocked or surprised or disappointed that when she looked at their images were in the mirror. So keep in mind the name of this is the Mirror of Truth.
She also has some mirror fragments on the ground.
She did. So now we've got Iris and the mysterious woman with blue hair in the Mirror of Truth. And the mysterious person that she mentioned, Sir Eric. You were mentioned 5 times.
Originally we thought it was 2, but we were proven wrong.
The last practice run I did, we counted every time and it was 5. Because, I mean, you don't really know anything about the guy. Just like he's basically the master of the Sinistrals, or the... Sona. Should be fine. Yeah, it's not usual. So, in the last couple of shopping trips, I've done some end-game equipment purchases. That silver sword is going to be Dick's ending weapon. And I bought a crystal wand for... I got about 2 crystal wands, one for Arde and one for Selling. So those are going to be the weapons that they use in the end game. And we're actually getting relatively close. So this is Dragon Mountain. The... the area with the world's most difficult trick, which I will be doing thanks to your Danish donations. And also one of the second hardest, I think, well, the second hardest required puzzle, which is the grass... the grass growing puzzle.
It just lasts long enough for it to really sink in.
I know. Yeah, it has to go all the way out and all the way back. It's like, oh, I did miss that. Okay. Alright. Yeah, the grass growing puzzle is really not a fun one. And you have to do it. And I remember it just took me forever to figure it out. Oops. Key! So we're gonna exit. It's faster than walking out. Don't go in that room, by the way. I do it a lot, even though I know better. It's just a dead end. Or it's actually an exit. It's actually an outlet for one of these rooms. So there's some chests up there. I don't actually know what's in them.
There's a dragon egg in one.
Oh yeah.
I forget what's in the other 2.
This puzzle's really annoying because you have leeway in the first like 4 plants, but after that, if you make any movement error, you have to reset because you won't be able to. Basically, the concept is the grass starts growing, and then I think if you make 4 steps without cutting it down, if it's either 3 or 4, then they'll finish growing and the room will reset. All right, world's most difficult trick. Is it what you wanted to see?
This was the incentive that you guys donated for, so let's see the world's most difficult puzzle.
Yeah, right. So when you hit A, it changes what you're controlling or where you're going to move next, and it's always the same. So like if I hit the A button once at any given point, I theoretically know what the next block is going to be, which is really paramount if you know this puzzle quickly. Oops. So you don't have to cycle around like that.
Keep in mind, Maxim is moving down there.
Yeah, he's just kind of marching along merrily.
Got a good dance going there.
So I suggest if you've never done this before to try it out. It's a very difficult puzzle to figure out at least. So as our prize, we get 4 chests, and we're only going to take 2 of them.
Just out of curiosity, how long did it take you
My first try probably took, so optimally you can do it in about a minute. Probably took me like a minute 40. I basically had to, I don't know why I slashed that chest. It's hard because, I mean, when you to go really fast, you need to really know like what piece is coming up next. And when you're doing it the very first time, like if you know the moves, it's not too bad. But obviously, you don't know what's. Wow, that guy's really ambitious. this can be a really trolly area, just because that plant generally moves towards you. And then if he's at the top of the bridge and doesn't want to move, if he's at the top of these stairs and doesn't want to move, there's nothing you can do, but like basically keep trying until he moves out of the way so you can get by. But that, I picked up the Gorgon Rock. Gorgon Rock has an attack that does 1/8 ID, or 1/8 of their damage. So it's like the Fatal Blow, but 25% is good. I will equip this bright armor eventually. So this next boss, Red Dragon, he can be a pretty big jerk. The Lizard Blow that we picked up from the world's most difficult trick has a Dragon Elemental attack, which he doesn't have enough to use right now. But soon, hopefully. Yo, no! Oh, Max is gonna laugh at me again. Can't even use it. So, he's also... He would have survived! Fumi! Go
Fumi!
Darn you, Weapon Weak. Although if Artie had it, I usually give it to Artie. And if he had had it, he would have had enough to Weapon Weak. And the guy... So it's not guaranteed that guy will survive, but most of the time I Weapon Weak, he does. And so that's what I use to justify using it. Even though certain people would say...
But he got on those levels.
He did. So this guy is, you know, I'm gonna do it. This guy's the Fire Dragon. He's weak against ice, so Cold Rapier. Cold Rapier deals Glacial Blast is ice, so that's where all that damage comes from. Hopefully, eventually, you might get to see Dragon Rush from Guy.
You didn't kill it without it happening again.
I am, dude. One of the last times, he kept also killing Guy, and then finally had enough. I was like, yes, I can finally show off Dragon Rush. And then Selin killed him that turn with Dragon 2, and he didn't get to do it. Okay, so, yeah, so this guy's got 10,000 life. Just to let you know, so Big was doing like 800 or 900, I think?
That's correct, you get 7,500.
Is 7,500?
It is.
Alright.
The tank's 10,000.
Yeah, I thought they were both. Yo, the crits! Put in work. Guy, when you battle less him with Dragon Rush, he does about 22 or 2,300 damage. So that's a third of this guy's life. And this guy can be a huge troll, as you might be able to tell. Alright, we're doing it. I don't care. He's almost dead, but we got this Lizard Blow and we're using it. Oh, I forgot to battle this one. So Marcus is still gonna laugh at me because I always thought that Weapon Weak.
He actually was laughing at you when Guy dies.
He's gonna laugh again because I also thought that it protects Selin, and the Plotty Band actually gives her more defense than what she normally would have, and she still died. So yeah, this is the best run. So, that old man that we talked to, some mysterious old man who was just chilling in the volcano, I don't know. Turns out that he knows something about the dual blade. The mythical dual blade that we learned about before, which, from Iris. Basically, it increases your power waves that you can generate. And this is essentially the key to beating the Sinistrals. So, in order to find it, you know, we have to go talk to the mermaids. This guy has the Jade of the Mermaids, which is basically the rock that allows us to get into their, like, kingdom.
The actual story behind the guy is that he was originally a mermaid, but he climbed on land and apparently grew legs at some point.
That makes sense. I thought that he was in love with the mermaid queen.
No, if you talk to the mermaids, they say, "Oh yeah, one of us went up on shore at some point and hasn't come back." And actually, the queen actually.
Yeah, the queen asked about him, which is, and you say, "Oh, he's good." Like, why? Yeah, see, huh? And so she's happy. So that's why I always thought, like, oh, maybe they were.
No, they had some random NPC tells you, "Oh yeah, one of us went up on land and he just never came back."
Gotcha. That plot thing that you don't get when you don't talk to NPCs. So we talked to the queen. Turns out her daughter was swimming around in this cave where the current suddenly changed. So now you can't escape. Now all the currents are going in. And obviously the queen is worried about her daughter, so she's going to go after them. And there's also rumors of this ghost ship that was also there, which I actually have to equip for. So let's do that real quick. So it's a ghost ship, undead, of course. He's also, again, undead, so we're going to do the same thing we did against Venge Ghost. Unfortunately, for this boss, you can kill him in one turn, but usually you can't. Usually he summons a companion.
You're forgetting something.
Thank you.
Most important thing.
Darby, the last capsule monster.
Joins at 31 or 32, or possibly even 38. Got rating of 3.
Moving on. I totally forgot about him too. Obviously.
It was RNG manipulation.
Exactly. We're gonna get that one turn ghost ship. So if he has a couple of attacks that he can do. He can also summon companions. If he summons a companion, I would say you can't kill him in one turn, but I actually did the last time it happened. So you can't. Oh, you can't either. Okay, this is gonna be a slightly painful battle, actually. So he doesn't have enough for re-energize, and she doesn't have enough for Sacred Song, because they both died against the guy. So really, the most amount of damage I'm going to do is with, yes, re-energize and champion. And Fumi. And Fumi.
He tries so hard.
He does. You can't hate on the effort. So ideally, we want some fake damage so that she'll get enough IP to be able to use Sacred Song. I mean, we will whittle them down. Oh, I don't. No.
Fumi!
You don't have any. Where he has that. He has that. And I didn't bother. This is gonna be a drawn-out battle. Actually, it's my fault if I hadn't Lizard Blowed with the guy who had enough IP to into his battle. But I really wanted to
Get confused.
Okay, you're first. So you're also the only person who engaged me. So Selwyn probably won't be able to do enough damage to us. So this is Doomcry. I can also kill. Or I can just damage. So unless he dies, this could be good unless she gets confused. Okay.
Fumi!
Rip in pieces, Vic. Well, so Sacred Song should take him out. This system does a lot. Oh, why did I heal Selling? What am I doing? Okay, she got it off. So
Yeah, this guy has 10,000 HP. And yeah, Sacred Song is
she's dead.
Can't wait to see those numbers.
There will be very few survivors. Wow, he's still alive.
those green ones have a lot more HP than they should.
I just he is, I think, immune to confusion.
You can damage them with healing spells.
I don't really want to risk that.
Yeah, they could, if you try to revive somebody, he can easily take you out. If you put Valor on both of them, it probably will kill them both.
I don't have enough for Valor. I don't have enough for anything.
Oh, wow. Well, you should be able to kill one right now.
Right. If he doesn't get confused. This guy doesn't have much life, right? The blue guys?
Put guy in the front row if you want to have a shot at it. Unless you want to...
Oh! I didn't know. Go shit. Was the hardest boss in this game.
The only times I've ever had that much trouble is when someone doesn't have enough for Sacred Song. Both times that's happened, it's gone really. Although that's a lot closer than I've ever had it before. That's probably the scariest thing that's ever happened in my life. It's good. I picked up that safety miracle for the tank fight. If I hadn't had that, like I have regains.
But that wouldn't have been enough.
It would have been enough because guy would have died. I'm just use them. I don't need them, but that freaked me out enough that I'm just gonna bring everyone back.
Because there might be random encounters.
There might be random encounters in this.
You've never seen them
strait,
before.
And this submarine cave shrine. I might have to fight something.
See, now if you had Flash...
Flash might have healed me. If I weren't stuck with this Fumi character. Sully would have he would have defended us till the end. Alright, wow. I was really afraid that was actually going to go down. I don't even remember last time I saved. Oh, Gargoyles, I think.
I think you did it on the Tower of Truth.
No, I never saved them. Because you don't. There's
Right.
no risk with the White Dragon.
And you don't visit the save point, the easily accessible save point on Dragon Mountain.
Yeah. So that would have been really nasty. Anyway, enjoyed the graphics of the Blade Shrine.
Not a glitch, by the way?
Not a glitch. Oops. Is this dual blade? Yes, it is. Look at this nice shadow on the ground.
It only rings for Vic.
Vic is the chosen one. Sir Eric, there you go.
Second time he's mentioned.
So, the theory that people have is this game went through the usual censorship. So, in every church, in the Japanese version, there's a cross. There's only one cross in this version. It's in Agurio, the destroyed city. So they got rid of all the crosses except for that one. So the best theory I've heard is that when they tried to delete that cross, they basically just missed the tile set. So instead they deleted a tile necessary to actually render that properly. Which is the most credible theory that I've heard. We're not really sure why that's not.
Kills everybody but you.
Yep.
Even though you're standing right in the blast radius.
So Deus, he's the guy that we met in the Blade Shrine. I didn't actually get to see him, but he was there, trust me. And this is the second time where everyone gets so mad that they gain IP. I'm actually going to stop buying some new games because I'll have just in case. Actually, I had two left. So now everyone. So they just saw the village of Chad get destroyed by this evil man. So now everyone's really mad. So their IP is completely full. which is going to be very useful for the next fight. If you have any donations.
Okay. We have a $1 donation from Mystic 7 Aja. This is going to take a little while, so hopefully they've got us some time. Hey Feral, great run so far. Keep being sneaky, and keep in mind that you solved that puzzle like a beast. Awoo, envy, awoo. I'd like to you more, but I really need to throw $13.33 donations at Puexel's Corona Run. Who isn't a fanboy, girl, Chocobo, Moogle, Esper of his? Our Puexel are the gamer. I'll be thy game. Thy run to be done, thy Magicite one with Fenrir as it is with Odin. Give us this day our game with speed, and forgive us our glitches as those. And forgive those who run glitchless. Lead us not into Masamune, but deliver us from Sephiroth. For thine are the king, the legend, the myth, forever and ever, the end. Random, generic ending, Final Fantasy ending music.
Nice donation. I like it.
Also like to remind you that following this, we will have the Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix run. We have some very cool donation incentives for that. We have the Fight Absence Silhouettes. For every $100 towards that donation incentive, we will add another silhouette to the run. We have the Fight Level 1 Sephiroth Level 1 Critical incentive. If that is met, there will also be an incentive for Level 1 Terra Critical. Oh, actually, that was met, so there should be a Level 1 Terra Critical fight incentive coming up sometime soon. We also have the Hypest Bidding War of the Marathon, as I'm sure everybody knows. We have the Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep HD Character Choice Bidding War. We have Aqua still maintaining that slimmest of leads with $657, and Ventus a hair behind with $656, and Terra lagging significantly behind with $35. I would love to see somebody just snipe Terra.
That'd be pretty great. So this is, you should recognize these guys. They're the thieves that we met at the beginning. They got trapped while trying to steal the crown of this kingdom.
It's actually the third time you meet them. They show up in Dankirk. You can walk over there like, hey, we didn't take the icon. It wasn't us.
Nice.
Also, shout out to the 3Y Kingdom.
Yeah, this is actually 3Y Kingdom. It's not. It's supposed to be Grat's Kingdom, but they messed it up. So it looks like it's 3Y.
We have a $150 donation from LCC. Donation for Wild Arms character names on behalf of LCC. $50 each to name Rudy, Jack, and Cecilia Vegas. Thank you very much for that generous donation.
Surprised they get caught again.
They didn't get caught. The guy's actually the fastest. So these are the same soldiers we met in the other dungeon, but now they're way easier. All we have to do is drag and shoot them twice, and they're dead. You have to drag and shoot them twice from the front, bro. So you need to know which one of your characters is going to be the fastest. Okay, so coming up, the developers actually put in a bridge here that you can't really see. I'm not quite sure why. Don't worry, this is not a glitch.
Not a glitch.
Worry not. Key. That's also the last key. Yeah, before we used to just walk up to the key on the left side. And then Voltus found out that there's no collision in that wall. So now you can just walk through it. And I should probably explain, you know, our category definition. Did you?
Walk through the wall.
Hey, the knowledge has been out there for so long. So the reason this is, even though, like, the reason we call this category glitchless, even though you've seen a lot of minor glitches that save, like, negligible amounts of time, basically. It's what it really is no level 0 glitch, which is the main glitch that I'll be demonstrating later after the run. So there's like a lot of minor glitches. Involve like walking through a wall, or going over an elevator before it's actually gone to the floor there. But the main thing is that it's just no level 0. We just didn't want to change it to be no level 0 glitch, because Glitchless is just so much faster. And then we can make wisecrack jokes about how things aren't glitches and stuff.
We have a $5 donation from Almagus. I wasn't going to donate again during this run, but this is for the ghost ship fight. As a reward, I put these $5 towards Feral having the Maria opera role.
I see. Alright, so coming up is probably one of the best fights in the game, flavor-wise. These guys have a tank. Just want to point out, this tank has eyes on the front. It also has a little king in the back. Turn us on. Yeah. That's awesome.
Swanky crown.
So there's Axe Attack. It deals... You almost got me. It deals 1/8 of his remaining life. Again, altered by Bro, so since he's in back row, it would deal a little less than if you were in front. But I wanted Big to be in front so he could push out the damage. Piercer is... He has 2 attacks that instantly kill enemies.
Forgot.
This game really has it out for guy.
Remember, that upper left slot takes more damage.
It does, yeah. So we get faster. The reason I'm doing a regain and then a champion, already does have Valor, which will revive and heal someone to 2000, but the animation is really slow, and Artie from the front was going to do more damage than the others would. I never promised this guy. So the tank is a hard element, so there aren't very many enemies like that. So I have a Zerko Rod and Artie. There's also a hard element, so that's why it's doing normal damage. These other guys are doing less damage than they would be, but it's still it's pretty good. It ends up being pretty good damage with active attacks. And this guy has 10,000 life. So he has a number of attacks. He has Missile Blast, which is just the do nothing. We like Machine Gun Attack. It's really fast, and it damages everyone and gives them IP for their attacks.
But it kills fools.
It does kill. Gripping pieces, wherever you are. He also has Incendiary Bomb, which is basically just a fire attack that hits everyone. There's his that do nothing. He also has... Oh, well, I should take a bit from that. He also has Magic Gale Bullet, which also basically one-shots it.
If they survive, they get silenced.
I didn't know that.
See the world's fastest self-destruct mechanism.
Press button.
It's like the self-destruct button for the castles. Like
It's right at the doorway. Right in, bam!
I wonder if we should maybe put this button somewhere.
It's not like other
where people
RPGs
can't
where
get
there's
at
like a
it.
whole dungeon below the castle. You have to get in and stop it. It's right inside the front door.
I can only imagine the meeting they had to determine where to put that button.
Bam! They got the crown. Winning. They finally made it out with the crown, guys. Blimey, you're right.
You can rush the wooden bridge just by walking across the road inside.
Actually, no, I have to get all back.
This music is kind of really cheerful, isn't it?
It is. This music's great.
I don't think
So pay attention to the sound effects. Of the monitor. Like, there's just a dragon there, you know. Whatever. It's all good.
No, that's the sound of Phoenix.
It's the sound of Florence.
I also like how in these cutscenes it looks like kind of a boat that you had in your bathtub.
Yeah.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
As a reminder, there are multiple ways of benefiting the stream if direct donation. We also have T-shirts available by the Yeti. We have 8 unique designs. All of them are quite awesome. To see more, go to www.theyeti.com/RPG-limitbreak. $3 from the proceeds of each T-shirt will go directly to the charity. Also, remember to follow our Twitter at RPG-limitbreak. In order to get updates on every run as it's happening. And be sure to share the stream and help us out, get some more people in here. Money is not the only way to help us out.
So as you saw, what they did with the sound effects of the dragon or whatever, they turned our ship marine into an airship marine. And so we got to fly over to this mythical town, which has very, like, mystical music, I think. Yes, Lisa. So the first thing we did was we went to the shop and bought 2 Zerko shields. Zerko shields have an IP called Berserker, which is basically like Battle Lust, except it affects your entire party. Increases your ATP, and it's pretty awesome. And this game just has amazing in-game music.
So did we let Noise enough tech for this one to make up for Final
Yes.
Fantasy? Yes, you did that.
Although we did threaten to break his dog down, we didn't get the donations. Yeah, but same with level 0, we didn't get the level 0. I said you don't want to torture the dog unless I'm not being sweet.
Being poisoned doesn't actually happen yet. There's no like sound effects or anything, so it doesn't really matter, but it got the job done.
Isn't that good?
Goes to the leech.
Yeah, it's a leech. It's not a lich, it's a leech. One of those silly. Booby punch! Oh, he hits! So there are 2 mandatory battles for each tower. We're going to go through 3 towers. 2 mandatory battles on each, which are now perfectly manipulated, of course.
Thankfully, those Cyclopses are not anything to fight.
Yeah.
They are really nasty.
Nope. I think so. Oh. The guy's not fastest anymore. You can kill these guys with 3 dragon teeth if when the people doing it is in front row. But I forgot that the changes I did would obviously adjust their ability, and I guess I'll save because we don't want Gades is free, but then again Ghost Ship is also free, so let's be safe here.
Fumi is getting all the levels right now.
Oh, he's ready.
Yeah, he got a lot of levels from those first encounters.
He's ready.
And again, we get more awesome Sinistral music. Alright.
Now, this is actually not the final version of Gades, or rather, it's not supposed to be the final version of Gades. This is
You almost got him. Almost.
This is actually a carbon copy of the one you fought in, or lost to, in Borderban West Tower. There is a stronger version that was dummied out that has 10,000 HP and can one-shot a level 48 Salam with Devastation.
Devastation's that attack we never saw because this Gades 2 was very polite and only destructive against us. So the goal of this battle is basically just beat him up. I should have used a Berserker so we go much faster. And basically build up IP for the airman fight. Which is why Sellen's got full IP. I'm not going to use it. Okay. So this is a lot of sadly that we want him to be in the Destructive Wave to give everyone IP. And it also does so little damage that it gives us IP, but we don't really have to do it. Oh.
We got a full loop into music. That was the reason for no Berserker, right?
Yeah, exactly. I did Berserk so we could listen to the awesome music even more. Sadly, yeah, Fumi almost made it. One more turn and we would have made it through. So the whole point is there is these three girls who were kind of born in this town of Narvik, and their whole purpose in life is for this moment. They were born for this. What we're supposed to do is we're supposed to take one at each time and leave them stranded at the top of the tower. So this is the first one. We're going to go grab the next one. But first we're going to go to do some gambling. Because we are... let's do this We don't actually gamble. We go to the casino. This is the second time we go to. Oops.
A little bit more RG manipulation there.
Exactly. So, 10,001. Never been done before. So you can. So what the casinos are in this game is you can basically buy coins and use those to gamble and get more coins, and then trading the coins for cool stuff. So basically like an arcade with tickets. But if you have enough money, you can just buy the coins, and so that's what we would do. What we just bought was a see-through cape for Sellen. Surprisingly enough, it does not provide very much defense, if any at all. But what it does, it prevents, I think, all status effects except for instant death. And the reason we get that there is because the next boss, Ammon, when we actually find him, we didn't find him before. I was gonna work tomorrow. Talking and doing stuff is very difficult for me to do. So he actually has. So all the Sinistrals have like a special move. Gades is Destructive Wave. Ammon has Chaos Wave.
Neerrm has Devastation Wave, and Deos has Tower Wave. That's it. Terror Wave.
Yeah. So Gades just deals damage. It's easy. Whatever. Ammon's can cause confusion. But actually, I'm actually going to double check Artie just to make sure. But basically, everyone is currently equipped with stuff to prevent confusion. And you should have it. Yeah. Ghost Clothes is on Artie. Legend Helm, which you wouldn't normally have. So normally, that's one of the items I got after the World's Most Difficult Trick. Normally, at this point, you would give the Ghost Clothes to Guy, and Artie might get confused. And then you just basically deal with it as it comes by. You usually preemptively use a Shriek, which cures confusion. But all my characters are now under the confusion, so it's really easy. I can just I don't have to worry about his attack. It does like no damage basically. The only real concern is confusion. So, Ammon has 10,000 life. If he straight up attacks someone, they might die. Namely Sellen, if you just attack Sellen, she'll die. It's scripted to always use Chaos Wave in the first turn. That's why you know, and you can just be like, okay, I'll just Shriek Artie for normal rounds. Right now it doesn't matter because I have Confusion Protection. So he can do that, he can attack, or he can just use spells. I think he has Thunder and Icefall.
Hey! So all levels.
Thunder and Ice Falk. So Thunder, these are all third level spells. That's the strongest Thunder spell, lightning spell. And then Ice Falk. Ice Falk is the strongest ice spell. You also have. Oh, does he have that at this point? I thought he only had that later.
Oh yeah, he does have that.
Bam.
It's not a very common attack.
Yeah, I don't see it very. That's really good though, because it gives you IP just like the spells do, but it's got a super fast animation. So ideally, that's what we'll get. Right?
Yeah.
He's just gonna cast spells, I'm sure.
Sellen's in a little bit of danger from it though, because of the low range speed. It doesn't quite hit as hard as Darkfry does, but it's close enough.
We got a full loop of this one.
Yeah, Feral.
Good for the fans. That's just a typical anime fight. I mean, I had pretty good IP on all my guys, so that's about how it'll go usually. So at the top of these tires, you also get divine equipment, or do you? It's actually the actual name is Pearl. So you get the divine helmet and shield, but they're actually Pearl equipment.
I don't think you actually get that.
Yeah, you think they just trolled you, but so it turns out in the Japanese version, you don't actually have to get this last girl, apparently. But it might soft lock your game. I kind of forget. I'm not too sure, but that's something that Veeman discovered. Again, by forgetting to pick up the girl, he just went to the last tower and discovered they don't really need it.
So it's the girl, and if you're doing 100%, you get to take her on a world tour looking for dragon eggs.
Yeah, because you get in the 100% run, the Happy Squid did one. I think it's the only person who's done one. But since the egg dragon, you have to collect all the dragon eggs to fight the egg dragon. Since the egg dragon is so strong, you do it at the very end. So what he did was he grabbed the girl and then basically went all over the world to try to find all the dragon eggs, because you have to pick them up multiple times. So there's just like this innocent little girl who you just take on an adventure, and she gets to witness an epic battle with an egg dragon. He's routed it out. He just hasn't done it. No second Gorgon Rock. Gorgons do drop Gorgon Rocks.
Surprise.
Yeah.
It's just a very low chance. I believe it's like 3% or something. Maybe
Go.
1%.
Yeah. That's also something that only I do. Most people move up and then stun him. Most of the time when you do get into encounter with him, you can run away fine. There's a chance that he turns right and back attacks you though, or side attacks you, in which case obviously he's going to get attacks. So it's a risk that I just decided to take a while ago, and I haven't bothered changing.
Last chance at this.
So leeches can drop old swords.
Leeches.
Old swords. Deal 1/6 of the enemy's health, and this will come, or this can come into play against some of the Sinistrals later on. So this is the last save of the game, so I'm gonna take it just to be.
Unless you really feel like going way out of your way in Portravia.
Yeah, nah. I hate that save point. Although it would be worth it if I do. I mean, the rest of the game is free. Sadly, the end game bosses just don't really hold a candle.
Yeah, Ghost Ship is just too much for them.
Yeah, exactly. Ghost Ship is officially the hardest boss of this game.
True mastermind behind this whole thing.
So it looks like their circles are pretty even. Apparently.
Maxims are more focused and faster.
Yep. So now he has the dual blade, which makes him even stronger. Just totally aware. So there's no Sinistral fight at the top of this tower, it's just this cutscene. And you get another pearl item. Pearl shield, possibly?
Yeah, we got it.
I already got that. Oh. So, I split on all these towers, I split when I actually get the item. And half the time I miss this split because I'm not really paying attention to the cutscene. Yeah, so I always miss that split. But yeah, okay, so we got the pearl shield, which we don't actually use. Because Berserker is just such a great type of attack.
Another note, those little lightning bolts that appeared around Island, those are called the RNG.
Yeah, so that changes your RNG.
Still waiting for that full game RNG.
So when you go back down to 7.
So if you have any donations or anything.
Right. Quick little reminder that coming up next we have Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix and Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. We have some pretty awesome donation incentives for those that haven't been met. We still have, I believe, 2 of the absent silhouettes. For every $100 that is raised towards that incentive, we add another silhouette to the run. We have the Sephiroth level 1 critical has been met. I believe we need to add the level 1 Terra to the...
Yeah, when Sephiroth's met, then we unlock
It's
Terra.
already met. It's met. The tracker doesn't have the Terra.
Well, it's in there, it's just essentially hidden stage.
We need some.
Yeah, we just need somebody to unhide it.
We still have...
Preferably sooner, it's because the run's
Because it's, yeah.
yeah, that would be nice. We have the character choice for Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep HD. That is still the $1 difference between Aqua and Ventus.
Game with Ventus.
We also have 3 super bosses for Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep HD. We have the Armor of the Master, the Mysterious Figure, and No Heart. So be sure to get your donations in to see all these very awesome fights.
Decker never dies. Anyway, sorry.
We have a $25 donation from Fireball13.
Hey, eyeball.
Loving seeing so many of my favorite runners and Vic in the same place. Keep up the good work, Feral. Thank you very much for that generous donation.
Alright, so basically when we're on the 3rd tower, the Sinistrals disabled our airship. But luckily, Lexus is a genius and he repaired it. So we're flying off to Doom Island. And yeah, they have very nice defenses that go pew pew.
We're not even dodging.
Yeah, I know. We're not even trying. It just misses.
By the way, now we have a hang glider.
Yeah.
Rocket hang glider.
A hang glider that just goes straight into the.
I was planning to add the hang glider in case they manage to shoot off the air part of it.
Yo, Lexus is a genius. He thinks of everything.
You just got the spell of light.
Yeah, the spell of light. It's been in. It actually was in her inventory earlier in the game. I checked, but it's only there because. Probably not a spoiler, but this is the prequel to Lufia 1. They actually start. Lufia 1 actually starts with this section, and they cast lights in that, so they figured, okay, I guess we need to have light in this also. So it's just chilling in your inventory this whole game, or in your spell list rather. So if I don't heal someone, you'll probably die.
Yeah.
Oh, the 2 damage. We'll be fine.
Oh.
So he's almost almost dead. We're just lacking the damage that Selwyn would have done if she had been alive. But Fumi survived,
Yes.
exactly.
Fumi gets the 50k.
Fumi gets the XP that Selwyn doesn't. So that actually was probably good. I probably should have killed it just to get the XP. But at this point, it's not as important.
Yeah, unique thing about Doom Island is that you start every single Sinistral fight
With full
AP.
Which is why they just roll over, because you just blow them away with all these insane attacks.
Like no random encounters in the final dungeon in the game.
Oh yeah, thank goodness. They took those out. There are a lot of random encounters in Lufia 1 in this section.
However, they did forget to put the statues of Sinistrals in this room.
There's more miracles than you could ever possibly create here, too.
Oh, I meant to wait on that text box, because Evan says, "I will show you my real power to your face." he actually says that. I might not know how to play the game, but I at least remember the lines. And I will do my best to stop on the most important line of the game. Oh, jealous! Fumi the fans! A rarely seen strategy from Fumi.
Come on, Fumi.
Oh, Fumi!
Yo, nice crit.
So realistically, RT is going to be the only one you can get faster than this guy. He's got a 184 for a speed value, for an agility value. No one else is even coming anywhere near close to that.
That's it. So we've met Deos, the Master of Terror. We've heard tell of the other Sinistral.
Any time for music?
You are in time for lots of music.
As a quick little PSA, the Terror Level 1 critical fight in Kingdom Hearts 2 FM has been opened.
Oh, hold on a second. Change your task.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
You are changing to Sully.
Oh. Sully defends.
Sully defends America.
We have a $15 donation from Tudorgray34. Tell the Roth that Tudorgray said, "Oh my body."
Thanks, Tuda. That's that day. My stream every time. It's cool.
This is the mysterious other Sinistral. Might look slightly familiar. Neerrm and Mistress of Death. She's the one that's been reviving all the gays and anime and killing them. Yeah, she's a very pointy nose. So in these battles, the last two battles, everyone's faster than the boss except for Guy. He's just the slow kill. It can instantly kill.
10%
yes,
chance to do instant death if it hits.
Everyone's immune to that right now except for Sully.
Nice.
Sully!
Coming out strong.
So this is completely scripted. It's Devastation Wave, Dark Fry, Devastation Wave, and she's always dead after the third Dark Fry. The third turn is the second Dark Fry. This is a very, very devastating attack.
She actually has
Actually,
a
someone might die because I didn't give her those.
Oh.
Wow! Why?
Clearly planned.
Right?
All planned. I'm gonna heal.
So she actually does have a couple of other
I
attacks
can't big
that
jump
are
in front of
dummied
the
out.
Dark Fry to save her for that last one.
Yeah. Sonic Sully.
Sully took the hit. Alright, so I guess this will be just as suspenseful. Alright, we're fine, don't worry about it. So she should be dead this turn, although for some reason Maxa didn't have full IP, so I'm not entirely certain she heal with Sully.
She does have, I think it's 2 or 3 other attacks that are dummied out. One is the Zap spell, which is that. But she has one called Eerie Light, which is basically Dark Fry that also strips all of your buffs. figure what the third one is, but obviously it's not that important if I can't remember what it was.
You are strong, Vic.
And there is one last change.
No!
You know who it is? It's Flash.
What?
So enjoy Flash as your final capsule against the final boss.
You can feed him right now.
I can. I can feed him all my stuff if you guys want to. Yeah. What's my time at right now, actually?
4 on 5.
Nope. I'm gonna be just over. So I'm gonna go like a 4, 11, 30, or 12. Unless I get a really good Deus fight.
The donation they put solely on top originally was anonymous $3 donation. Fumi can't be the one that helps take down evil.
So that's why we get the Gorgon Rock. It just rips through. Deus has 20,000 life. I think it's about 36. So this can inflict a number of status effects. Hopefully nothing. Oh, poison. That's perfect. You can put people to sleep.
It's a 20% chance of poison, paralysis, and confusion.
Actually, I'm pretty sure Holy Energy will be I was probably wrong. Maximum will do probably about 27 to 3,000. I'm also wrong.
Why we go evil wrong?
Yeah. So our Maxim actually has an evil jewel quick, which increases his. He's dark fire.
Actually, you forgot to give it to him.
Did I forget to give it to him?
Check when you go to him.
Classic. Yo, a camera jewel though. A camera jewel. I was supposed to give it to him before the bench ghost.
I was wondering why you didn't.
That would explain why he's been lacking in damage this whole time. Okay, that is actually perfect. The fourth turn, he always does Dark Reflector. So, yeah, it's this game's Psych Shield. So, we'll use it. The first attack that happens after that gets reflected on its user. Guy is slower, so he just kind of eats it. So we put him in the back so that he survives. And then we put him back in the front.
This fight is completely scripted too. He starts with Terra Wave into Dark Cry, the physical attack, Dark Mirror, Thunder, Firebird. Apparently it's 42 turns long before he finally repeats. I don't know what the rest of the script is. I've never seen past turn 6.
Also, that was the final boss, and yes, you do gain an XP on the final boss.
Just in case.
Yeah, it's not time until I destroy the last crystal.
We have a $10 donation from High Spirits. Comment is, Flash my girl.
He even told me that he was going to do that. Alright, so we're coming up on the best line of the game. I'm going to make sure I don't go past it. I think it's this next one, though. You little hoochies!
Do it now!
So now it's,
I think Jenya knows what needs to come next.
yes, there is a certain German in chat. I'm sure is ready.
No.
So it is a very sad ending. But before that, there's truly amazing music. So Jada 23 will let you know what to do. But this is the kind of thing where if you play Lufia 1, this is a prequel, and that begins with this, so you know exactly. You play Lufia 1, then you play Lufia 2, you know this is going to happen, which is just kind of very, very sad. Hey, by the way, you killed him, but he's still gonna. Again, he's still got more up his sleeve. Yeah. So this is when we also find out that Iris, the person who's been helping us this whole time, is actually one of the Sinistrals. The mystery Sinistral that's been guiding everyone.
That was the 5th time Eric was mentioned right there.
Eric. So hopefully now there's gonna be a lot of music Craigasms coming out in the chat.
Music Craigasm!
This is such an epic way to end the game.
Last little bit of RNG manipulation.
Exactly.
Who wants to give us another second to listen?
There is an out of bounds spawn here.
I can show that for a second. Hold me a second though, because this is a glitches room. Not that.
Not a glitch.
Alright, so time's coming up. And time.
4:11:45.
It's all because I messed up the manipulation right before the catfish. Man. Oh well. So this is like one of the saddest endings ever.
I can top that.
I don't know if we want to show any of the text or just hop straight into level 0.
Yeah, since we went over, let's just go ahead and get level 0 going.
It's good.
You should play this. If you haven't seen this ending, play the game yourself.
It's a very good.
Unfortunately, we don't get to see how many times you ran away.
I did save. I'm gonna play through it again on another system so I can post my stats.
I have some goldfish ready to see the kitchen for the runners in the couch.
Thank you.
That's a different kind of fish than I didn't be expecting to come out with.
Yeah. Good. It was the ROM. Did you just clear the SRAM?
Yeah.
But not the actual ROM? Because it's dead again, sadly.
You just wanted SRAM.
No.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll go fix it.
Okay. Got some.
You got some donations. You want to explain why we're doing this on a flashcard?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is actually the perfect explanation. We do this glitch. Level 0 glitch is a very unstable glitch. We do it on a flash cart or emulator because it has the chance of just totally corrupting your ROM, and then you won't be able to use your card anymore. So no one's ever done this on a cart. I hope that no one ever does do this on a cart. I've done this. I've practiced this on 2 different occasions at this house, and both times, the next time I tried, it just locks up. So the ROM just totally got corrupted both times. So this is the whole reason now why we're doing it on a flash cart. But it's just crazy. It totally messes with memory, and I mean we're gonna see just how ridiculous it is. But yeah, I mean if you have donations,
Yeah, all right.
we'll wait.
In the meantime, we have a $10 donation from C-South3 saying, "We need more AS fights. Let's go, boys!" That is in reference, I'm assuming, to the absentee silhouette fights in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. Not all of those have been met yet, so feel free to get your donations in as soon as possible because those will be coming up right after Lufia 2.
So how's your guys' day going?
Oh, I just soft locked my game in practice.
Nice.
think I found a new save point. I just lost like 30 minutes worth of practice.
That's okay. You'll get it back.
What?
You'll get it back.
Yeah, tomorrow morning. It's funny because the people in there watching, I'm like, stay tuned tomorrow to see the exciting conclusion of this game. Right, Meta?
All right, fresh copy of the room.
Thank you, sir. I should have told you last night for the whole thing. All right. Yeah, we got it. Or do we?
What? Made it farther this time.
Huh.
Keep trying, maybe you'll eventually get through.
I forget if it locked up ever when we were using. Yeah, might be the SNES.
You corrupt this in the SNES?
I don't know. When I was trying this last night, every time I tried it.
That's the same copy of the ROM that I last put on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's busted up on.
It'd be a
him
different,
SNES.
quick setup. It'd be a different setup.
We could go to emulator, I guess, if we have to.
Well, I mean, all I had to do is get a different SNES because it was working on.
Grab my SNES.
Yeah, let's get different SNES
Yeah.
then.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. This is just slight technical issues here.
It's got to be rewired though because this
Yeah,
was
it is.
component.
Yeah, that's true.
So why doesn't it work with Neerrm SNES?
I tried it last night,
Neerrm SNES.
and it kept locking up, and then I think I had you replace the ROM, but then I was using my SNES to do it.
Too much.
Because we assumed that, I mean, it shouldn't be the SNES. Like, why would it be any different on
We
his
need to
than
switch
yours?
your AV thingies. Alright, give me a sec.
Oh yeah.
I like the S.
All right. See if Kobahi's SNES can do it.
Which SNES were you using?
Neerrm's.
How to practice?
Oh, the practice was mine.
Okay.
Oh.
We'll work that out. Then we should switch the source on the card.
Where's the source for this?
Oh, on the top button.
Video on game.
Alright, Dorson, on the way out, switch my icon to S video. Brain.
Come on.
Well, I guess we'll do.
1 second. But I guess you can keep it name, I guess.
Sweet GD.
Oh. Yeah, cancel. Cancel. I'm like, There.
That works better.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
If you're ready, I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So this is a really, really weird glitch. It's not even like that hard to activate. So it probably wouldn't be surprising if people were playing the game and then accidentally triggered it.
This is US version only, right?
US version only, yes. So there's going to be a lot of weird things going on. First, I'm just going to go back and buy some boomerangs. The first trick, or the first thing you have to do is you can't be level 1. So we're going to go and level up to level 2. Just go with Guy Talks to Us again. We don't really care. We are going to go into the cave, though, because I forget who, I think Volt is. He actually went through the trouble of manipulating this first level. So we're basically going to just fight some newts, get to level 2, and then madness will begin. you have to come up here. There aren't any actual encounters on the bottom parts. So there's level 2. So head to the church, which we never saw in the actual game. So you need first full life. You go to config, go down, and hit left. And what do you know? Like it's that simple. And then look, so my name's messed up in level 0. I have 0 HP, 0 MP. And all these menus take a while, so save the game, and you have to reset.
You're in for some serious fun.
This is just the beginning. This is typical of level 0 glitch. Once it happens, like all the menus take forever. The main application of this, when it was first discovered, was to give Maxim random stats, and then play through the game like that with random stats. So we activate it again and make sure. So my name's even more messed up. And,
0 hit points.
yeah, I'm back down to 0.
RP.
So once your name gets that messed up, you get really fun outcomes like this. So, I have to count a bit, but. Alright. Apparently crashed the game. Oh wait, no, you can still hear some menuing. And for some reason they give you lots of magic jars, so we don't want them, so we're just gonna get rid of them. Whoa, okay. That's not what I was supposed to do. Should be fine. Maxim's basically invincible, they'll always miss. That actually... So, again, random stats.
I would correct.
Him having life... I don't actually know if him having life or not.
He's trying to advance his text, but...
Yeah, it just kind of holds up.
The old man got defeated.
So, we killed the old man, Rats in Your Eyes, and now Guy's a slime. So basically what's going on is when his name is glitched out, and I was doing all that counting, basically what those are there are different triggers that you can do for cutscenes. Some of them like reset your game, some of them just don't do anything, some of them just give you items. The one I did triggered the Guy fight in tandem. And then for some reason we also get the reset step, which is actually crucial. Because as you can see, I can't really navigate, but luckily, if I use the reset spell, we're all good. So now we're gonna go to the inn, talk to Tia, or the shop rather, sorry. First check out my stats, just because I want to look at them.
You really want to beat yourself.
Alright, well I don't know if that did anything, but... Oh. Well, that's a thing now, I guess.
Notice how Max, the second Max, is pushing.
No, it's missing now.
Yeah, it's missing now. Just go ahead and check the stats. And yeah, Maxim's in a permanent pushing position. Yep. That is... And now we're here. So again, these are just different cutscenes that I'm triggering, just to get to different parts that allow us to do more wacky things. Now we get high magic, and I love just. This is the cutscene where Adura is coming. So let's go up to the bedroom, guys. And time.
6:16.
So, this is one of the last conversations of the ending where the ant is talking to Jaros, and this is actually probably the saddest part of the ending because the ant's like, "Don't worry, your mom and dad are coming home. You know, they'll be back soon." And it's like, that's not gonna happen. But yeah, so then the credits roll, and normally it's like kind of happy music, but instead we get the credits with this very foreboding Sinistral. Yeah. I mean, if we have time, we can do rafts, but I was overestimated, so, and then setup, so I guess we should.
How about along with rafts too?
Rafts would probably take another 3-ish minutes,
Well, you have
3 to
save
4.
one,
Yeah, I have that saved point, so 3 to 4 or something.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
All right.
Move on to cage 2.
Okay. So rafts is another thing discovered by Voltus, the guy who. I think this application was discovered by him, and then that route that I just did was discovered by a guy named Jude Unit. So he managed to get it way fast, and he's the guy that figured out the one that just totally bypasses the credits and just goes straight to the record. So I mean, big shout outs to Jude Unit and Voltus. But one of the things that Voltus would do and his viewers would love, so this part's going to be the same. But it's just something silly. So you notice that when I chose certain things, the NPCs would say certain things. So this is just a silly thing that you can make an NPC say. All right, well, that's the thing. Apparently I can't count to 120. So you have to, so there's just different numbers of triggers that you're doing. This one is 120 down. So I just went too fast. I'll slow down. So it basically just, so that trigger just did nothing. And so I talked to him again, and it would basically open a different menu. So each conversation has different menus, which is why you have to go through this progression of cutscenes. Again, it's ridiculously easy to trigger this glitch. It's probably how I was discovered in the first place. But 120. So again, this is all going to be the same that we already saw. The only difference is going to be the very last menu or the very last trigger that I do is going to be, I'm going to count a different number. So let's see what Maxim got this time. I've seen him do up to 2300. I've also seen him do as little as 5. And then one time, Guy died. These guys have about, I think, 175 life. So it was just me sitting there dealing 5 damage at a time, trying to kill these followers. And it's totally random, and that's what we, again, initially used this glitch for, was to randomize the stats, and that, I mean, that's good ATP. So I'd go through and basically just wreck everything in the beginning. You have to swing your sword before you do anything else for some reason. There's a lot of things that don't really make sense in this glitch, as you can probably guess. Perfect. So now we have that pushing action again. I don't know if we want to mercy kill the
I
rats.
think we should start moving on. But not
Alright.
really.
That was
Sad,
pretty much
sad.
the first impression.
Alright. Thank you very much, FeralPigMan Pig, and everyone else on the couch. That was an awesome run and an awesome glitch showcase at the end. Coming up next, we have Kingdom Hearts 2. I believe we're going to run a few ads in the meantime. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Yeah, the component one doesn't like the. Neerrm doesn't like the flash code on there.
It really doesn't.
So we got 2 chairs in here. Is that my desk cover too?
I don't remember. Do you remember if you had one on yours?
I'm pretty sure I had one on
Okay.
mine. Yeah.
Because I think I had one on mine, but I can just.
Oh yeah, this is the brand I use too.
Okay.
It's from Amazon. GGG.
I think that's the one I used too.
So maybe we'll just each take an end of the couch, since that's how the mics are set
You
up.
can say, you can say Clarkson. You can be real.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, no, I'll hold him.
How's it going?
I mean, we might be a commercial. Though.
Dang it.
There are commercial subscribers.
So we are stuck on the couch?
Oh, no, we're going to bring chairs over here. I'm just doing the interview with him first.
Yeah, so sit tight for just a minute.
Okay.
We'll do this thing at the commercials, and then we'll do KHT.
Do you want us to just both use this mic
Yeah, I
effectively?
think they're considering
I'll just talk loud. It's all good.
Yeah, dog.
Well,
I guess it's just under Kingdom Hearts 2.
yeah, I guess Twitch doesn't have like a separate entry for Final
Yeah,
Fantasy.
it's just Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah. Okay. And how are we
Or we
doing?
do Cage 2.5 and not ever change it.
I'll go. Do you want me to turn? Let me know when to unmute.
We'll just go straight to them. So don't bother me. We'll go to them for the interview first, and then we'll have you do stuff. All right. Commercial is probably done. Go back to the dashboard real quick. The Twitch dashboard.
Do you want Ghostwheel to kick it over to us, or do you want us to just start?
No, we'll just go straight to you. Commercials are done. Let's go and do it.
Cool. Welcome everyone back to. We're looking at. I was looking at the mic. Clearly, that's what you're watching.
How
from.
you doing?
How you doing, baby? Welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2015. We are on our 4th day. We're actually about to get kicked off with our Kingdom Hearts block. I never thought I could say we're going to have a block, but enough self-advertising. I am joined by Neerrm today. This is the second, I think, of the 4. Is that third? Sure. First in our heart. Don't worry.
All right.
Nice, you made it. So yeah, this is the 3rd of the 4 runners within the race for Final Fantasy IV that's going on tomorrow. What time is that again?
Beats me.
Around 1 p.m.
Around 1 p.m. Okay, sick.
Mountain time.
He's just going to be in here until it starts. Okay, good.
Yes.
So, okay, let's go ahead and I guess just kick it off with give me your history of speedrunning. Is this your first speed game? Have you experimented in the past? What kind of brought you here?
So, Final Fantasy IV has been my only speed game the entire time I've been speedrunning. I watched some AGDQ VODs, I watched a lot of RPGs of Huexel, Abdo doing runs, and then I tuned into Abdo's channel and got involved in the chat and saw that they were running Final Fantasy IV. And then particularly there was a new route being developed, and so I thought, oh, that looks really interesting. I'm going to jump in this and see if I can help out. And then one thing led to another, and before I knew it, I was doing speedruns of the game.
So did you have any sort of, I know a bunch of us, I know people who come from Let's Play backgrounds, competitive backgrounds like FGC. Did you have any sort of background in gaming other than just casual, or?
No, I was pretty much a casual player. I play a lot of MMOs, but I mean, that's still pretty casual. So
Right.
nothing too fancy.
So what drew you specifically to FF4? Just a favorite game as a child? Is it, what aspect drew you to it?
FF4 was actually my first RPG growing up. I was probably 5 or 6 years old, and so it definitely has that nostalgia factor. It's really funny because I wouldn't even say it's my favorite RPG of all time or anything.
Sure,
it's
sure.
just I really enjoy the speedrun of it, and that's just what happened, I guess.
Now, I'll get into this more with the Roth later, but you're not in town just purely for Salt Lake City for RPG Limit Break. You guys had a little bit of fun before this?
Yes, we did. The Final Fantasy IV community is really, really great. A group of great people. And a bunch of us went to Las Vegas, about 14 of us, prior to RPG Limit Break, and we had a good time there.
Well, we'll have the Roth on after the Kingdom Hearts block. He's got a little more to the story why they're there, but yeah, that's super cool. So let's jump into the race itself. Again, going on tomorrow about 1 p.m. We're shooting for anyways. Tell me what are there's kind of inform the viewers when they watch the race. What are the particular parts of the run that you particularly stress about, where you could see big lead changes, that just in your opinion?
Okay, so there are a lot of there's one big one towards the end of the game, but there are a lot of little ones going throughout the run. The first major RNG point is a fight against Mom Bomb, where you have absolutely no control over how long it takes to complete this fight, and that can sway things a minute in one direction, a minute in the other direction, and you really just have no control over it. But the main one I think is going to make or break the entire race is there's a series of fights towards the end of the game. There's the grind fight where we level up a single character. We take him from about level 25 to level 50, and execution-wise, that fight can either go very quickly or you can lose about 2 to 3 minutes. And then that fight is immediately followed by the hardest boss fight in the game, which is very execution-heavy as well. So if that fight's not done proper, there's another 2 or 3 minutes there. So basically, 2.5 hours into the run, the race will be made or broken there.
Nice.
For sure.
Now, I know, not to get too controversial or anything, but unfortunately you guys didn't make it into SGDQ. I know you were one of the people in particular that offered it. Mm-hmm. You don't have to get into the saltiness, I'm sure it's self-explanatory, but you plan on offering for HDQ? Can we look forward to a submission there, possibly an appearance?
I hope so.
All right.
That's not up to me, though.
That's everything you need to know right there. So, I'm going to have to ask all the racers this, but what's your prediction? Who's taking this race?
I'm gonna win.
Dude, nice. Alright, now here's the backup question. Who's gonna lose hardest? Who's 4th place?
Nah, they can't do this to me. This is brutal. Alright, I have to throw Kobahi under the bus.
Kobahi? Oh no, dude.
Simply because he's been very busy with work and has not had a lot of time to practice. A lot of the rest of us have been putting in a lot of practice, and Kobahi's been slaving away, so...
Justin Kobahi donated like $150 to Sephiroth or something earlier. It was AS Fights, yeah. So, am I misrepresenting you? No. It was a Kobahi in the tracker, so we'll say. But anyways.
Under the bus you go, Kobahi.
Well, Neerrm, it's been nice talking to you, bud. Good luck in the race tomorrow.
Good luck with Kingdom Hearts right now.
Hey, it'll happen. So, awesome. All right, well, cool. So can we move this somewhere? If we can, if nothing else, maybe just move it.
Okay.
Yeah, can we bring 2 chairs up here for Biz and I?
Coming up next, we have Kingdom Hearts 2. Right now, we've got a $5 donation from Epic Kale 3. Basically goes, Est-ones interius illa vehementi, Est-ones interius illa vehementi, Demon Chocobo, and then just keeps going with the One Wing Angel theme, substituting Demon Chocobo in for Sephiroth. It's pretty great. We've also got a $20 donation.
Does your mom like the Demon Chocobo, Laurelyn?
No. I'm gonna just steal these 2 in the back.
We've got a $20 donation from Matthew Stevens, also known as Yessie. Okay, definitely last donation. GL to Spike and Bizkit in this run. I've watched Spike practice run this and seen how bad Twilight Town and Hades make him. In Hades' voice. Feel the heat. But now it's time for RPGLB.
Better I hit that than you guys.
And it's time for Spike to make the game feel the heat. Make Axel burn, baby! $10 to Spike and Biz for an incentive of their choice.
I'm putting it towards Terra.
Yeah, I
But Terra is in the
The super boss, yeah.
Not the bid war.
Yeah, this is a good time to...
Yes, please put all of our swords Terra in the bid war.
Okay, no. Okay, so, good donation incentives. We've got quite a few of them during this run. We have, these super bosses between both, this game and KH BBS are excellent runs that are played by very high quality runners. Very cool strats that you probably won't even see on YouTube and such. I saw them practicing. Very good stuff. We've met level 1 critical Sephiroth. Terra level 1 is crazy, and we're almost we're now 20 out of 500 for that donation incentive, and that's really cool. Of course, there's the bid war for character that's been pretty hype going on for BBS, but consider also, if you like BBS, donating for the Mysterious Figure fight, Armor of the Master, and No Heart. Those are all really great fights as well.
I believe Mysterious Figure will be with no surge. Maybe just say that Mysterious Figure is no surge banned too.
Yeah, the surges are banned. It's cool strats there. Like I said, probably not even going to see this stuff on YouTube. We are here for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and they have tons of great programs for education, advocacy, support, and research. Every cent that you donate is going directly to them, the Utah chapter in particular, and the national chapter. It's going to affect things both locally and globally. They provide tons of very intense and free and absolutely free programs. And if you want to find out more, definitely check out NAMI.org. We've got $20 from Hanetsune. I said I'd donate again during the KH block if my alias was pronounced correctly, and it pretty much was. Awesome, Hanetsune. I got it correct. So here's my second donation to see Terra get wrecked. Best of luck in the run, Spike and Biz. Cat bag.
Can you guys see it? Should we maybe move the TV back somewhat? Is that cool?
During this run, also another reason to donate is the prizes. During the entirety of the KH block, if you donate $10 at a time, you'll be eligible for the Keyblade necklace, the Roxas pendant, and the Sora pendant, contributed by Silvertrish. Thank you very much, Silvertrish, for that.
So make sure to plug, I know it's still going on, the Sora Play Arts figurine.
The what?
The Sora Play Arts. It was donated by Ghoul.
Ghoul?
It's
Okay.
really awesome. He spent a lot of
What
money
is
on it.
this? Okay.
The Sora Play Arts. It's in the tracker. It's just higher up.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's from Lufia to Final Fantasy. Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, that's from Secret of Evermore to Chrono Trigger. Okay. So, yeah, the Sora Play Arts figure contributed by Ghoul is also eligible if you donate $20. And the Demon Chocobo art is available now as well, all the way up to Final Fantasy VI. If you donate $25 at any point during the entire marathon, accumulated over multiple donations, you're eligible for the grand prize there that Ghoul has his hands on right now, the banner signed by everyone attending the event. This is much cooler in person than it looks on stream. Oh, is this the figure?
This is it. So, I don't... Is that where the camera is?
That's Mike.
Yes,
why
that.
don't you demonstrate?
Yeah, why don't you lift it?
Yeah. So this is like a really high quality, not action figure probably is the best way to describe it, but yeah, you got him in here. You got Monsieur Sora as well. He had a choice between Sora and Roxas. We have a bit of a bad relationship with Roxas. Sora with Sora. You got an awesome. It's Cage 2 Sora. You got an awesome Keyblade here. Does that look okay on the webcam?
I don't see anything.
Looks
it looks pretty. Looks pretty good to me.
You've got the whatever it's called between him and Kyrie, the little necklace.
The charm?
Heart. The charm, sure. It's that thing. I just play the game out. You got all sorts of the different hand gestures he has. He's got different positions that you can see from the back of the box.
Yeah, most of the
It's
prizes.
a really, really high quality, good figurine.
Most of the prizes are $10, but this is a
And
$20 prize.
My good friend Ghoul in the back, he is the one who donated this, so big shout outs to him. And shout outs to everyone. There's a lot of really cool prizes. So
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, like I said, $20 for that, $25 for the grand prize, banner signed by everyone attending the event. These are all really good things, and when you donate, make sure to donate for an incentive. We have a lot of great incentives here that aren't even close to being met yet. So get hyped for that. How close are we to being ready for this?
it's spinning for me.
I think he has the game loaded. Just
Oh, can you pull out your phone so we can just time if the load is normal to start?
You have it on?
Yeah, it's.
I can just time the whole run, really, so we can keep track.
Should be.
We
Unless was this not actually? Aha.
Oh, okay. You want wait, the other plug is.
I thought that was maybe already plugged in.
No, it's this one which should be floating around the other side.
We've got $10 from Pain975. Good luck on the 2FM run. Also, let's get Aqua Crit to the top. Whole TeamSpeak is watching you guys. Also, I love Cynicalex, who I believe.
Hey!
Yes.
Alright, so
Okay. We've got.
I can't read Chinese.
$70 from Zero Umbra. Thank
Just
you.
letting you know you don't have a memory card in there.
Oh, really? Okay, thank you.
There's 3 people.
Yes.
Does the TV need to be lower at all? Or?
No, I mean everything's fine.
Sick.
Yeah. $70 from Zero Umbra. Biz has put in practice for this, and I want to see him do it on the stream. I assume that means like Terra or something, if that's for an incentive.
Yeah, something.
But
something you've practiced.
I'm doing something today.
You guys have been practicing something
Something
Oh,
else.
yeah.
Yeah, we got a little secret near the end of the run we'll pull out, but yeah.
Hopefully.
Oh, it will be pulled out.
It'll be attempted.
I don't care. It's good to go until it happens. But yeah, we're ready when everyone else is ready.
Just double checking on both of you guys, your like runner name is the same as your Twitch and your Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Spike Vegeta Biscuit 047.
Sure, the chat will let you know if you're wrong.
Okay, cool. So yeah, welcome everyone. This is Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Critical Mode. You might have seen it run at HDQ. I've had the honor in the community of getting to run it myself here at RPG Limit Break. Thank you to Plexel for letting us in and actually have a cage block with our good friend Adam here doing BBS after this. Our good friend Biscuit from the community is actually going to be joining us today. And the way we've got it set up, you guys will donate for it. You guys have already donated for quite a bit. He's going to be fighting Sephiroth after the run. If you guys keep donating, he's going to fight Terra after the run. And he's also going to fight the 5 AS fights, which I'll let you explain real quick. What are the AS fights?
They're the bosses from Recon that were killed, and they're going to be in portals throughout the run, and I'll be fighting them at really specific times if the donation incentives are met. Terra and Sephiroth will be at level 1, though, if the incentive is met for both.
Right. So we're going to kind of be swapping off. This is going to be a co-op run of sorts. So yeah, I think you guys should definitely throw down. In addition to that, this game is really, really hard. We're playing it on critical mode. Which critical mode, if we want to explain, you've got 4 different difficulties in this game. You got beginner, standard, proud, and critical. Critical, actually, you deal more damage than you do on proud or standard, but less on beginner, but you also take by far the most. There's actually quite a few one-shots that I'll be hopefully not experiencing, but...
It'll probably happen once.
Dodging faith.
The confidence.
We believe. But yeah, I'm actually going to be donating, if you guys want to join me on a game for this, I'm going to be donating $10 for every death. I don't know if we want a death counter or not.
You sure?
I'm going to be...
Not 5?
Shut up, dude. I'm going to be donating $10 for every death, and if you guys want to join in at home, I would predict we're going to have somewhere in between the 3 to 10 death range, somewhere in there. It's going to be between the two of us, so including Biscuit's deaths. This is including if we get saved by Mickey. So, if any of you guys want to join in, if you want to do it for $1 a death, $5 a death, if you're like crazy, you got like $50 a death, Bulletin, I'm looking at you, feel free to join in on the fun. Otherwise, though, I think we've waited long enough. I think it's time to get this run started. I guess I'll wait till the death counter gets put up.
We can get started while you're going.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead and count us down.
Alright, so 3, 2, 1, go.